Join the movement.
Hey, this is Diaz Musalimov asking you to tune into my debut TV show, Diaz's World, on the CREWTV network, powered by Bullion. Check it out.
Powered by Bullion.
The Constitution is a living document. It is not static. As citizens, we need to make it real, not just for some of us, but for all of us. The phrase, with liberty and justice for all, mean all. We're one people. We're one family. We're the American family.
The discovery of an individual's liberty is one of the foundational values of being an American citizen. America has been struggling to define the rights and justices associated with that liberty since the creation of its Constitution. From this struggle evolved the monumental Bill of Rights and 17 more amendments to define and protect our liberties. Over time, the amendment process has been tested by a nation whose national sense of liberty, equality, and the inclusion of all citizens evolved with turbulence and struggle.
When we were planning the March on Washington in August of 1963, I would hear Dr. King say things like, "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters. If not, we will perish as fools."
Freedom, true freedom, is not given by governments. Freedom is taken by the people. The people of America are becoming aware that this freedom to their fellow human beings, and I call them human rights, are theirs to give.
The issues that compel America to continue to define equality and fairness, I think it's innate. I really believe that it's in our soul, that we believe in freedom, freedom of the individual. We believe that humans have a right to peacefully coexist with fellow human beings.
So there are two monumental statues on the Pennsylvania Avenue side of the National Archives building. One inscribed, "Study the past," the other, "What is past is prologue." The message is we should be able to learn from our history so that we're not repeating the same mistakes over and over. And the role of the National Archives is to ensure that people have access to the records that demonstrate how those rights were achieved so that we can learn from those records.
With over 11,000 proposed amendments to the Constitution and only 27 of those actually ratified, our pursuit of rights and justice continues to be a vibrant part of our democracy. It's up to every generation of Americans to own our democracy and continue this national dialogue of defining our personal liberties.
It is very, very important for all of us as citizens, for all of us as one people, to take ownership of our system of justice. This is our democracy. It belongs to all of us. We must talk about it. We must debate it. We have to continue to fight every single day. If we do not, we will go backward. We don't want to go backward. We want to go forward and complete our effort to create a more perfect union.
I lived in Detroit, Michigan, in the city on the west side of Detroit. My mother took me to see Dr. King in Detroit as well as here in Washington, D.C. August 28, 1963 was my 12th birthday.
The buzz on the March on Washington started buzzing about a month beforehand. And as a beginning freelance, I did a lot of work for USIA, and this job came along. The caveat was that I would get paid twice my day rate, but they would own the negatives for the National Archives. I said, okay, that's fine. Not knowing at the time that this was going to be one of the great historical moments of U.S. history.
Part of our job as the archives is to accession, preserve, and make available records created by federal agencies. One of the roles of the USIA was kind of document what America was all about, to project a view of the United States overseas to foreign countries during the Cold War.
And I was 26 or 27 years old and very spry and very athletic, and I climbed over everything and went everywhere, and I photographed close-ups, long shots. I worked pretty hard that day.
Okay, and what I'm going to do now is take the folder out with the photos in it. These are the photos of the March on Washington.
Okay.
And this is a copy of your folder, the photo here.
I learned about the photo about 2.5 years ago. My cousin was browsing a catalog, and it had calendars in it, one of which was a Black History calendar. She saw my picture on the back, and she called and said, your picture is on a calendar, and you're holding a banner or a pennant or something. So I was just in shock, and I still am.
She was on one of the front row of the crowd on sort of the left side of where Martin Luther King made that speech. And I see some people laughing and some people crying and some people earnest. And she was one of the ones, not only was she beautiful, but she was so involved.
This is the banner that I held August 28, 1963, that I proudly held up as Dr. King and others were speaking. I tell my grandchildren that marching with Dr. King was a very significant part of my life. As they learn about him in school, they can share with their classmates that their grandmother was part of something that was very important.
Her picture was used and has been used since then as the face of the March on Washington. She deserves it.
I wonder how you all, if you could talk a little bit about how you all came to have your individual passions, your passions for individual freedom, and the concerns that we're really here to talk about today.
I'm lucky to have been here for a very long time. I won't say how long, because then you're going to look at me and go, really? But I've been here a long time and came up, started as a very enthusiastic volunteer, actually, and ended up working on individual cases of human rights violations. And then I got to work with President and Mrs. Carter. And I had lived overseas. I'd lived in Zaire, now the Congo, and understood how important it was what President Carter achieved with putting human rights at the front of foreign policy. So I think for today's conversation, I think what I'm feeling the urge to think about, to talk about, is to build on what the conversation was that they had, which was, where are we on our journey for human rights? Because civil rights, as we understand it, is very specific to participation, access to participation in civic life. And we have in recent years been looking at the rights of women, because not only that we have strong women and President Carter and Mrs. Carter feel strongly about it, but this is an area where human beings, half of the planet, are actually not full human beings in the way we live. Even in this country, we never were able to pass the Equal Rights Amendment. Women in this country do not enjoy the equal protection of law. And so when we have victims of violence, they are not protected by the law in the same way that men are.
I was able to see how the definition of human sometimes is actually the real root of the problem when you're talking about human rights. Whose rights are we protecting? And in cases, for example, like Thailand, oftentimes the people most often trafficked are young girls from hill tribes. They're not citizens, they don't have any paperwork, so they're not protected by the state, and they're not considered human. And I think you could apply that to pretty much every situation, whether it's refugees without paperwork or people living in poverty here in the United States or in Atlanta.
The necessity for any movement to advance, it had to resolve the internal contradictions. And to the extent that those internal contradictions were not resolved, then you will have a continuation of problems such that a particular kind of movement would not succeed in this effort. So let's expand on that and apply it to this national project that we see here in these United States of America. So there has been this discussion, a conversation in a sense, about freedom and human rights. But there needs to be, I think, a conversation about the conversation, all right, that gets to one of our internal contradictions. which is this capacity, and I think it came out in President Carter's comments early on in his interview, where we almost have this juxtaposition of being able to proclaim with pride the values, the exceptionalism that define, again, this American experience, right? And at the same time, refuse to grapple with the contradictions that defy those proclamations that we make about ourselves.
Getting people, one, to step out of their comfort zones, and whether it's taking a tour of different part of town or different neighboring state, let alone if you go overseas, do you really want to take time off the beach to go and visit an orphanage and see what the struggles are and how you can help? Because sometimes it's something as simple as $20 that a girl needs a birth certificate, just the paperwork processed so that she can enroll in school. And that $20 that you would have spent in 2 or 3 days at Starbucks could go a long way towards allowing someone's whole entire life outlook to be different.
We started because of an injustice for a little girl who was 10 years old. We shared that rhetoric, much like they did in the civil rights era of the 60s, with everyone we could come into contact with in community, on our jobs. And then they rallied with us. And then there were hundreds of us speaking on behalf of that child who was once voiceless. And then we took that voice and we went to legislatures and we said laws must be changed. And it wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4. There were thousands of us across this state of Georgia. And that moved us to work in concert with people we would normally not work in concert with. We worked in concert with men and Republicans and Democrats and independents and people who didn't think like us but knew that there was an injustice, and together we could do something that would change this state and the dignity of those children who were being bought and sold in our communities. And that materialized on May 5th, 2015, with the governor here signing the historic Safe Harbor Rachel's Law into Act. That's a direct correlation back to the 60s and the civil rights movement. We just took a page book because we didn't have to reinvent that.
I wondered if you all could talk about social media and how this has impacted the work that you do, if it's facilitated it, if there are things in social media that make this work more difficult, what the net balance of it is.
Depending on, again, the concreteness, we have to make those decisions of the proper instruments based on the realities. And I'm not sure if we're having those conversations. Maybe it's our challenges in the kind of intergenerational transfer of technology, intergenerational transfer of movement that we have that conversation. And maybe it's our fault or previous generations' fault for not having this dialogue with our young people and those who proclaim to use social media in the context of movement. Maybe they're just reaching out and grabbing what's there in the absence of that discussion.
Now, if you turn on the news, all you're really going to hear about is Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And if you're like me, sometimes you just want to put that on mute. And it's easier to go over to social media and see what else is happening in the world and what else is happening in our state that is not being covered because it's not getting as many ratings. And so it puts the news outlet in the power of people and activists and, you know, to your point, younger people, which Carter said there won't be any change without. So
that's right.
FDR mastered the radio and got the public. JFK mastered the TV and got the public. And Donald Trump has mastered social media and is accelerating with using this. It was a really good point, I thought, because I think there's a caution that we can't dismiss it. We can't dismiss its power. We know that ISIS and Daesh and these groups are using it very effectively, so we can't be naive about it. We have to know it, we have to understand it and how to use it. I think we do have to understand, though, that the civil rights movement succeeded because they had a strategy. They had meetings, they had people meeting face to face.
What about this work makes you hopeful? If you're trying to appeal to people, say this is what you should do, what is it you see that gives you that hope that things can change and that the progress can be made?
I see it when we've rescued 13 boys and they said, thank you for rescuing us, even though we're not a girl, that you saw us. I see it when we'll go to the polls this November on November 8th and we have the opportunity to vote for Senate Resolution 7, the funding mechanism, the constitutional amendment here in Georgia that will fund the services and the resources for children who have been victims of human sex trafficking. That's hope for me. It's hope for me when my baby girl says, I have a job, Ms. Williams, and no one is tricking me out anymore.
We have to have hope in the work that you're doing, and because it's almost like it's the thing that nobody wants to talk about, right? And there are this great work that you are doing and others to provide services to people who are trapped in what we can call slavery, right? And there are whole jurisdictions where they have adopted a comprehensive approach. In Sweden, they passed a law 15 years ago that sees people who are trapped in the sex trade, child or adult.
That's right.
And says, we know that this would not be a choice that any person would make if they had other options.
And I think the real way in which you can alleviate the pressure for organizations to pop up and save and recuperate and rehabilitate young girls and boys is for there to be other opportunities. And keeping kids in school is a huge piece of that, which is why all of the organizations always emphasize a component on staying in school education, helping girls finish at least K through 12.
Young people in Ferguson and other types of responses to some of the dynamics that we see unfolding in front of our eyes, I think they demonstrated a certain level of courage, which said that we are prepared to proclaim for ourselves that this is our movement and it's our time. And that's what I think gives me hope. Not that young people are moving, because again, to kind of complete the circle, young people are always moving, they're always responding in some kind of way to challenge what they see to be the distasteful or injustices of their time. But what I think I see happening now is that they're prepared to do so with a certain sense of courage, a certain sense of clarity.
Most people think they can't engage in human rights in their everyday lives. How can you guide us to be more involved in our thinking about thinking about and advocating for human rights?
Really think within yourself, what do you care about? Pick something that just really talks to your heart, and really dive in and go in for the long term. You know, try not to just dabble. You know, dabble until you find the thing. But human rights needs us all because it's actually quite in danger.
I have learned that when I save one male, I generally, on average, save 3 to 4 girls, because he will not go to try to profit off of her body. Right. When I can put him in school, in a classroom, give him a support system, the mentors that are necessary, counseling if that's required as well, housing, food, and a part-time or full-time job, then he doesn't see it as a necessary evil for him to go and prostitute another girl. Or sell another one.
There's a reason why all the great religions of the world have explicit reference to how one treats strangers. Because left to our own devices, we will hit the stranger over the head with the club. But we have to have these parables, and we have to have these surahs, and we have to have these religious edicts that tell us, don't hit the stranger over the head with the club, see the stranger as your brother and your sister. And hopefully after enough socialization to actually we begin to look at the world this way.
Here in America, there is always something better out there if you're willing to work for it.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution. So we must rise up!
Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing, and I pray, don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds. I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more war, and our children will pay. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one day, one day, one
He has never permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education. We insist that they have immediate admission to all the rights and privileges which belong to them as citizens of the United States. We do this day affix our signatures to this declaration. Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Hello, I'm Lynn Scher, and I'm here today to tell the story of an American revolution, a revolution of courageous women, a story you are not likely to find in the history books. 150 years ago, women began to fight for full legal citizenship. They were fighting for the right to vote. These women, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, and Susan B. Anthony, are my heroes. More than 150 years ago, they had the foresight to understand that without certain rights, and specifically without the right to participate fully in our democracy as voting citizens, women would never take their rightful place in the country or in the world. And in case you believe this is very old news, that their cause belongs to another century, consider this. My mother was born without the right to vote. Thanks to these women, she and I and you and all of us now enjoy that privilege, and so will our children and their children. And we are here today so that nobody forgets how we got that right. That's what this statue is all about. This is Lucretia Mott. In 1848, a 55-year-old Quaker from Philadelphia who was an outspoken leader in the fight against slavery. It was Mott who was a bridge between the anti-slavery movement and the women's rights movement. She served as a mentor to both Stanton and Anthony. Meet Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a young mother who lived in upstate New York in the mid-1800s. She organized the first women's rights convention and worked for more than 30 years writing speeches urging women to recognize their inferior status and work to change it. It is Stanton who rewrote the Declaration of Independence along feminist lines and demanded the right to vote. And this is Susan B. Anthony, co-founder of the National Woman Suffrage Association, who devoted her entire adult life to winning the vote for women. Anthony died before women got the vote, but in recognition of her life's work, the 19th Amendment, which granted women voting rights, was aptly named the Susan B. Anthony Amendment. The statue that celebrates this battle, the suffrage statue, has its own story to tell about equality for women. As fate would have it, the statue that immortalizes them also had to fight long and hard to take its place in American history. With its creator standing by, the feisty sculptor Adelaide Johnson, the statue was presented to Congress in 1921, the first statue of women by a woman dedicated to women's rights.
Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor of the statue, had a vision about having these three women in the United States Capitol. She felt that moving that statue and these three central women in the movement into the Capitol would symbolize the entry of women politically into the heart of the political life of our nation.
I am the grandniece of Adelaide Johnson, who was the sculptor. I was at the original dedication of the monument in 1921. I slept in a dresser drawer because I was less than a year old, but my mother felt that it was important that I attend.
As historians, we know that the statue only stayed in the rotunda a matter of days. And shortly, it was spirited away under cover of darkness to the crypt of the Capitol down in the basement. And there had been a very praiseworthy inscription that the women had put on the statue. It had been stenciled in gold. And very deliberately, that was removed. And the names of the women were even turned to the back so that people who stumbled upon the statue by accident would not be able to read the names of the women.
They didn't want the women's names on the statue. They didn't even call it the woman's statue. It's a portrait statue. And they called the inscription blasphemous. And they had it removed. I'd like to quote to you what they found so blasphemous. Women first denied a soul, then called mindless, now arisen, declare herself an entity to be reckoned. End quote.
The difficult and circuitous journey these ladies have had from the crypt to the rotunda is in many ways emblematic of women's struggle for justice and equality throughout our history. For too long, women in this country had had to endure the myth of what or where a woman's place should be. According to the out-of-date stereotype, a woman's place should only be in the parlor, the kitchen, and I suppose the crypt. Since then, a lot has changed. Today, a woman's place is in the House, the Senate, and yes, in the rotunda.
It took us 72 years to get the vote and 76 years to move the women from the basement of the Capitol to the living room of the Capitol. All the great revolutionary leaders of our country are here in the rotunda. Lincoln, King, Washington. But for too long, the great revolutionary leaders of the women's movement, the women that worked so hard to empower and enfranchise half of the citizens of this country with the vote, were kept in the basement.
For years, a silent revolution stirred in Capitol Hill as women tried to have the statue of the women moved up to join the men in marble. There were several attempts over the years, but none were successful. Finally, as the 75th anniversary of women's suffrage approached, there seemed to be a chance.
During the fall of 1992, while organizing the 75th anniversary task force, of which I was president, we added to our list, return the suffrage statue to the Capitol Rotunda. Little did we know what a huge undertaking that item would become. Just prior to the 3-day celebration of the 75th anniversary, Senator Ted Stevens sponsored a unanimous resolution to return the statue. It was successful, and he opened the doors for us in Congress.
So we had high hopes for this. The bill passed, was introduced one day, was passed the next day, and then when it went over the House side, we had no indication that there was any opposition until a member over on the House side raised an objection about the $75,000 that was required to relocate the monument in September 1995. The bill died on the floor. And following that, literally 5 minutes after it happened, someone stood up and passed a bill that required money out of the architect's budget for a statue of a man. It was literally 5 minutes apart.
There were many, many excuses as to why they couldn't move the statue. We even started our contest, our State of the Statue newsletter, and we listed them. First, they said it would cost too much money. So the women's suffrage movement went out and raised $75,000 to move the statue.
On February 15th, which was a historic date because it was originally the monument dedicated on February 15th, 1921, which is Susan B. Anthony's birthday, we launched our grassroots campaign with Senator John Warner, who at this point had taken over the Rules Committee. We didn't have a professional PR firm. We just got the word out through organizations.
My name is Arlis Indris, and I became interested in the statue when my mother read an article to me about the statue and where it was. I raised $2,000 by myself. I wrote letters just saying what I was doing and that I needed help bringing the statue out of the basement.
The mail just came flooding in with the money. It was very inspirational to me and gave me the courage to keep going when things got rough, because as soon as we would get one obstacle out of the way, then another one would pop up.
We had some opposition from some minority groups who believed that Sojourner Truth should be represented in the statue. And we've worked through all these things, but it really was a struggle every step of the way.
Then they said it was too heavy. But the engineer's excuse did not hold up after an engineering report showed that, in fact, the rotunda could hold the statue it had before, and they can today. One of my favorites was, "It's too ugly." Seriously. Well, have you taken a look at Lincoln recently? Believe me, Lincoln is not in the rotunda because of his looks, and neither are these women. They are here because of their accomplishments.
To appreciate fully this piece of American history, let's consider what life was like for an American woman born in the early 1800s. She could not own property, could not earn a living wage, and could not attend college. There were none for women. Any rights she did have were taken away by law once she entered marriage.
It was based on an Anglo-American principle called coverture, which was that when a woman married, she ceased to exist before the law. And this meant that women couldn't contract. They couldn't contract for property, but they couldn't contract for their wages. Once a woman was married, she had no legal right to claim the wages that she earned. She had no legal right over the children that were her children in cases of divorce.
What these women, along with the others who joined them, proposed were ideas that challenged the social and legal structure of the day.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was married at that point and lived in Seneca Falls, which is upstate New York. And nearby were some of Lucretia Mott's relations, so she used to come up there and visit. And they were all sitting around the tea table over in Waterloo, talking about how they were cooped up and were dissatisfied with this and that, and they decided right on the spot they were going to have a convention. And in 10 days they had a convention, and they didn't have the key to the place. They had to boost one of the boys in to open up the chapel there so that they could have the convention.
It was Stanton who seized on the idea of rewriting the Declaration of Independence, adding a declaration of sentiments.
All men and women are created equal.
Seneca Falls Declaration also addresses other things. It addresses women being kept out of higher institutions and out of the professions. And this speaks to people like Elizabeth Cady Stanton, middle-class people who were eager to be, in the language of the Seneca Falls Declaration, teachers of theology and medicine and law, unable to be ministers in churches.
The response to the convention at Seneca Falls, New York, that summer day in 1848, was so great, not everyone could fit into the Wesleyan chapel. Some 300 people attended, 47 of them men. At the meeting, Lucretia Mott led the debate. Stanton read the Declaration of Sentiments. All the resolutions passed unanimously except for number 9, the one demanding woman suffrage, the right to vote. Only after Frederick Douglass, an escaped slave and fiery orator, and Stanton argued that it was the right by which all others can be secured, was this most revolutionary resolution passed. Douglass was the only man who signed the demand for the vote. The final declaration was signed by 68 women and 32 men. 3 years later, Susan B. Anthony joined forces with Stanton and Mott, taking to the lecture circuit to promote the cause. Stanton, who had 7 children to raise, stayed home and at first wrote the speeches that Anthony would deliver. As Stanton put it, I loaded the gun and Susan fired it.
She'd come to Elizabeth Cady Stanton and say, you've got to write a speech for me for next week at such and such a convention. And I'll take care of the kids and I'll stir up the cake, but you've got to sit down and write.
At the same time that Stanton, Anthony, and Mott were fighting for women's right to vote, Sojourner Truth, a very powerful black woman orator, was very active in that period and traveled throughout the country speaking on behalf of women's rights. Later in the 19th century and then early in the 20th century, there were a number of black women who were active in supporting women's right to vote, such as Mary Church Terrell, Ida B. Wells, Nannie Helen Burroughs. They often wrote in black magazines and spoke to black women's groups about empowering black women through the vote.
The writing and the speaking would take several generations, years of conventions, petitions, meetings, lectures. In the process, the Civil War tore the country apart. After fighting for the end of slavery, these women expected equality for not just black men, but for all black and white women, too.
What we might call the universal human rights approach of the early women's rights movement that it derived from its connection to abolitionism reaches a high point after the Civil War with the impending passage of constitutional amendments. They're going to first clarify who are citizens of the United States, and secondly, the right to vote of those citizens. And those are what we now know as the 14th and 15th Amendments.
The 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment were passed. That enfranchised black men at the constitutional level, but it left women out. And since the states were the ones who defined who could be a voter, that meant that the women had to concentrate on state referenda to get women's suffrage passed.
So these women aren't dumb. They say, well, we're persons born in the United States. Therefore, we're citizens of the United States. And therefore, we have the rights of citizens of the United States. And who could think there's such a category as national citizenship if it didn't have at its very peak the notion of voting? What does citizenship mean otherwise? So they take the 14th Amendment and they prepare to go to the United States Supreme Court with this constitutional interpretation, which basically argues that women are citizens and therefore they deserve the rights of citizenship, which include the right to vote. By 1874, this argument has come before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finally rules. It doesn't rule that women aren't citizens. It concedes that women are citizens. It just rules that the right to vote is not a right of citizenship. It's only at that point that the Votes for Women movement starts focusing on specific enfranchisement of women, which we know to be the 19th Amendment.
The struggle waged on. Lucretia Mott continued as an activist for women. Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton traveled the country, inspiring and inciting local suffragists. The trips were long and arduous. Anthony recalled one journey.
A most horrible road. A great deal of corduroy turnpike, which smashed our wagon. The tire flew off, down went the wheel. The driver had to take one span of horses and go back 2 miles for a lumber wagon.
The first successes began to appear in the West.
Why is that? One answer is that, and a common answer given, is that sex roles are less confining in pioneer environments, and there's a truth to that. I think there are other things going on as well. This is an era of literally of state formation, territories being formed into states. Whenever that happens, questions of citizenship, of government, of democratic participation are raised. And whenever they're raised, there are women waiting to push the debate in terms of women.
Women in Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and Idaho all gained the right to vote. When the territory of Wyoming became a state, their legislature declared they would stay out of the Union for 100 years rather than join without votes for women.
The next time and place where the issue of citizenship is raised is in a very different environment. It's in the great cities of the East and the Midwest, places like Chicago and New York. And it's there where the suffrage movement has its final and most powerful rebirth.
By the time the 20th century rolled around, women are participating in public life at every level. They are participating as full citizens. They're in the workforce, they pay taxes, they have professions. The only thing that makes them second-class citizens is they do not have the right to vote.
None of these women lived to see the passage of the vote, but each was recognized and honored for more than half a century of extraordinary commitment. Lucretia Mott was described by the Vice President of the United States, Henry Wilson, this way.
One of the most venerable and noble of women whose voice has been heard.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton was honored in New York City at the Metropolitan Opera House on her 80th birthday, an event that drew 6,000 people. She remarked at the time,
I thought of the Seneca Fall days. Who would have believed then that in less than half a century, I, at the moment, the laughingstock of the press and public, would today receive such a tribute?
And in 1906, at Susan B. Anthony's 86th birthday celebration, she inspired the final drive to victory with her last public statement. She told the women she had led so valiantly,
Failure is impossible.
Impatient energy marked the next 20 years. This generation in American women's history were more aggressive and more revolutionary in their tactics. They were the first to introduce marches, pickets, and, daringly, a protest outside the White House, all by women. Never before in America had anyone picketed the White House or marched down New York's Fifth Avenue. But Alice Paul and her National Woman's Party introduced this technique, and it's been used ever since. Carrie Chapman Catt, an Iowan who'd learned her lessons well from Anthony and Stanton, led the National American Woman Suffrage Association, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton's daughter, Harriet Stanton Blatch, followed in her mother's footsteps, but instead of writing speeches, began using the tactic of public protest marches. It all came together on August 26, 1920. 72 years after the first Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls, New York, the women of America had the vote. Roxy Hand, a 100-year-old Connecticut woman, was one of the first women to vote in this country back in the election of 1920, several months after the passage of the 19th Amendment. She was 23 years old.
My name is Roxy Hand, and I voted in 1920 when the voting went through for women, and it was a great, exciting time. My grandmother and my mother and I all went together to vote, and all the ladies there that came were as excited as we were. And I remember the different ladies talking about how to vote, who to vote for, and so on. We had a good time and went and had some causing cake afterwards. But the event was a great time for everybody.
When the statue was dedicated in February of 1921, Speaker of the House Frederick H. Gillette, accepting the statue on behalf of the Congress, said it was, quote, symbolic of a change of tremendous significance which has just occurred, the admission of women into our electorate as equal partners in the great business of government, unquote.
I don't know how you feel, but I feel very deeply moved when I stop to think it took 76 years. The vote for women coming in 1920. And the next year, in 1921, the vision of the National Woman's Party to commission this statue, carved in Italy, shipped across by an ocean liner, arriving here in the United States Congress, only to be resting in the rotunda for a single day and then relegated to the basement.
The statue was finally moved back into the rotunda on Mother's Day, 1997. On June 26th, it was officially rededicated.
Susan B. Anthony, Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, welcome home.
We are still 71 cents on the dollar for equal pay for equal work. There is much more that needs to be done, and many people in this country and members of Congress will be inspired as we look at the mound of hope from this statue of what we need to accomplish for women in this country.
What questions will I face in my lifetime that are worthy of the courage and the persistence and the dedication that these three women committed their lives to?
Women need to see themselves as actors and participants in American history. I think there's a very crucial connection between having your history visible in the past and empowering yourself in the future.
It means a great deal, and I'm sure that, well, to all women, I think, that to come into that beautiful big room and see these three women along with all the famous men around the edges of the room, it should mean a lot to them, even if it doesn't.
It means a lot to me in that now that it's in the rotunda, more children and even grown-ups can learn more about women and the right to vote.
All I can think about is how happy she would be today, because when it was taken down to the basement, it broke her heart, and I think how happy she would be today to know that it's back up, and I think back up to stay.
Thank you for honoring the achievements of women like Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and Susan B. Anthony, and also the thousands and thousands of men and women who supported their movement. Now it is up to all of us, not only to move a statue into its rightful place, but to encourage every American, and especially American women, to assume their rightful place in the halls of power and influence and in the life of our country today and into the 21st century.
Nothing makes me so mad as a woman that says, I'm not a feminist. I did it all myself, you know. Well, how the devil do they think they got into law school in the first place, or whatever it may be, except for all these women that had gone before?
this fine day, you may have the courage to look up and out and upon me, the rock, the river, the tree, your country.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution.
My mother stands before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior and opportunity. It will help open up more options for women.
Yes, America has a way of making the impossible seem inevitable in retrospect, but we know it was never inevitable. It took leadership, and it took courage, and it took belief in our values.
To make people everywhere conscious of the importance of human rights and freedom.
The women that are here today is that they know that being called a power woman is more than it seems and comes with responsibility.
But if you give us a chance, we can perform. After all, Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
Let us not forget that the road ahead is still long and very steep, and we have many peaks to scale. Let us hope that we can do this with the same spirit in which we have faced this challenge.
To the decade of women in which we can reach out, re-energize the existing networks, expand them, make them stronger, mobilize women all over the world to create the kind of planet where there is peace and justice and where there is health for all people in it.
So we must rise up!
So now we have the great treat of hearing from Laura Bush and Michelle Obama, who are friends and have done several of these events together. And they very much wanted to do this one together to talk about First Ladies and the military and their own particular roles and programs that they have promoted very wonderfully over the years, and they wanted to do it together because they like doing that, which is so heartening in these troubled times. But before we hear from them, we are going to hear from a member of the military, Captain William B. Reynolds III. Captain Reynolds' family immigrated from Guyana and raised him in a tradition of dedication to service, to public service, and instilled that in him from the time of his birth. And he took it to heart, went to West Point, and then was served, of course, first in Korea and then twice in Iraq. And on the second deployment in Iraq, he was the chief of reconnaissance and sniper employment. And 6 months into that deployment, he was nearly fatally wounded by an improvised explosive device during combat operations in southwest Baghdad. He came back to be treated, was treated for a long time with 26 surgeries, but even during that time, he served in staff role at the Pentagon as the Deputy Operations Officer to the Joint IED Defeat Organization. Since leaving the military, he has been incredibly accomplished, publishing the book Making It Millennial, a study of how the government can relate better to the younger generation. And he has been the captain of the American team in the Invictus Games, where he met both of our First Ladies, who will soon be talking. He is a cyclist and a track star, despite having lost a leg as a result of his injuries in Iraq. And he is the father of 4 children while doing all of these other things.
and is on the boards of Disabled Sports USA, U.S. Military Endurance Sports, and the Positivity Project. So please welcome Captain Reynolds.
Thank you, and good morning. I don't have near the breadth of history that we've been showered with today to share with you, but I'll start by providing a little bit of personal history and my connection with the First Ladies. As you heard from Koki, at a very young age, I dedicated my life to service, and I made that dedication not only because I was a first-generation immigrant, as a way to repay the debt to the American dream my family was able to live, but also because of the need to uphold and preserve those principles for the underserved. Therefore, I started serving first through church and scouting, and ultimately in the military. However, just a few years into my professional military service, as you heard, I was wounded in combat on a second deployment. What I had come to know as my new identity with service was instantly ripped away from me. For a while, I thought although I would make a relatively successful recovery in my rehabilitation process, my ability to serve was over. However, that was naive thinking at the ripe age of 24. Through visits at then Walter Reed Army Medical Center to my hospital bed back in 2004 and 2005 by then Senator Obama, President Bush, and Senator Kerry, I was continually thanked for my service and for inspiring them and the rest of the American people. It was then I realized that my mission of serving had changed from the Army infantry mission of closing with and destroying the enemy to closing with and inspiring the friendlies. To that end, I'm thankful to the families of First Lady Michelle Obama and Mrs. Bush for motivating me and allowing me to make that pivot to the way in which I served. It is because of that motivation I now have created and served on the board for Veteran Matters, Poverty Outreach, and Character Development for Youth, and furthermore, consult for military health and veteran health. I never knew the breadth of service that could be done in the civilian, public, and corporate sectors, and to the community at large. But if there are three individuals who embody the full gamut of what is possible, these three individuals I'm introducing are it. From raising successful families to contributing to successful campaigns, and ultimately utilizing the office of the First Lady to bring to light the important matters of social change, the First Ladies have done so much to the preservation and advancement of American culture. Most parents in the room would say that parenting is our most important job, and I know that also rings true with the First Ladies. We have seen firsthand the great job that they have done in raising their daughters in the public eye and also to serve. And in the midst of all this, they have been very giving of their time. In fact, the First Lady gave up her Mother's Day to inspire the 500 internationally wounded, ill, and injured service members of the Invictus Games this year down in Orlando, which we were all grateful for. At that very same event, not only were former President Bush and former First Lady Bush in attendance, but also Jenna Bush in her new career as a correspondent and journalist. We're all waiting with bated breath to see how Sasha and Malia serve. Bob Woodruff has also done the same thing through delivering firsthand accounts of combat during Operation Iraqi Freedom, which educated the American people on my former identification with service. And as you know, Bob's service of combat journalism ended the same way mine did, further intertwining how Bob and I pivoted and continue to serve. Not only have I been a benefactor of the Bob Woodruff Foundation at events like the Disabled American Veterans Winter Sports Clinic and also the Invictus Games, which Bob has been a part of, but I have seen the strides in research in the realms of mental health and traumatic brain injury that organizations like the Bob Woodruff Foundation have been able to inspire. For all of these individuals, public service is not only a personal cause that they work tirelessly in both their personal and professional lives and in philanthropic areas, but it's also a family affair. They have all motivated how I raise my young family today, as I'm sure they've done for the entire American and world population. Without further ado, I introduce First Lady Michelle Obama, Mrs. Laura Bush, and Bob Woodruff.
Thank you very much, Will.
Thank you, Will.
Well, what an honor it is to be here today. I have a chance. First of all, I want to tell both of you that my wife, who is also my commander,
as it should be.
She wanted to say hi to both of you and what you're doing for so many for the veterans out there. I also want to mention I just had the chance to, and I had a chance to see President Bush out the Invictus Games, where it was such a clear indication that how absolutely committed that he is to this. Certainly, Will Reynolds, who is an amazing person who is out there, I think, winning everything. And he had a chance to talk to. I had a chance to talk to President Bush about what he's doing. President Obama, too, of course, he is deeply committed to this. It's interesting. I just talked to Mrs. Obama backstage here that I had a chance to see him in Laos, and one of the topics there, of course, was what he thought about Vietnam and the war there, and Laos, of course, too. We've got a lot of undetonated bombs that are still in the ground there, and I asked him, all of those veterans. We looked at the time. He and I were born in August 1961, so he's two weeks older than me. We asked about that, what was going on, and we looked at wars so differently back in the 1960s and the 1970s because there were drafts, and certainly we were not attacked on our turf leading into that war. And I said, those veterans that did serve there in Laos and Vietnam, do you call them heroes? And he said, absolutely, we call them heroes. This is not something reserved just for the more recent wars with voluntary wars. But, in my experience here, which, as Will said, one we never really expected, having been wounded in the wars, we've experienced a lot of not diminishing attention, but now that the wars really came to an end-ish, as I say, there's not as much attention that's being given to those that served in the country. And I'd love to hear from you what it's like to be in the White House, to have that kind of power and influence on an issue that is extremely important.
Well, I would say for sure one thing is worry. You worry in the White House when you know that there are troops in harm's way, and you think about them every single night when you get in bed. And there, where you're in the lap of luxury, really beautiful house where your sheets are changed every single day. I mean, it's really couldn't be more luxurious. And you think when you get in bed about our troops are laying out on the ground somewhere. And so I would say that the main thing about having troops in harm's way when you live there is that you worry about them all the time, every single day.
Well, and just, we've had the honor and the experience to visit our wounded at Walter Reed and many military hospitals, and that is a sobering experience. I mean, one of the things that Barack and I have talked about is that when we first came into office the first term, our visits would last for hours because there would be 25, 50, 75 folks that we'd be seeing going room to room, many with devastating injuries. And now today, just last week, he went to visit and he was there for 30 minutes because there are fewer of our men and women who are being injured in war. And that feels good. I mean, that's something that a commander-in-chief thinks about before they pop off about going to war. Because when you've spent time on a base and you know these men and women and you know their families, you don't just talk about war like there are no implications. It's serious business, and lives are changed forever. So I would hope that any commander-in-chief that would have the privilege of serving would understand that these are real lives and real families that are impacted.
When there is a story that does come out of somebody or maybe a large group, there's significant injuries in the war. Is it long conversations that you have with the president, with your husband when, that night?
After visiting at Walter Reed or whatever, yeah, sure. I mean, we would talk about them and think about those families. In many cases, the families were there with them, around them. There's one injured warrior that I know of who now we still see, who had such a severe head injury. He
was at the Invictus Games.
We didn't think we would ever see him again, that would be it. And he's one of the warriors that George has painted. And he painted him with this scar in his head that he has still, but with his little child on his lap. Because what a lot of warriors will say is that their families are what saw them through. One couple that George painted, he painted him, a portrait of him, but he painted his wife with him, because this man said his wife was always there, always with him. And he had also suffered a head injury where he needed the help that she could give him. He's doing great now. But George didn't just do his portrait by himself, but painted her in it because he credited her with his recovery.
Bob, I just want meeting our service members, spending time on military bases fundamentally changes who you are as a civilian. And I know that was true for me because when I was like most Americans. I had limited connection to the military community. And it wasn't until Barack's campaign in 2008 that I started meeting military spouses and hearing their voices that you don't hear in regular conversation. We talked about all the challenges that working mothers had, financial worries, worrying about raising your kids. But with these women, mostly, there were the worries of multiple deployments, understanding that these families are moving their kids every 2 years in service of their country, worrying about whether there are adequate special ed programs in the schools they're moving to. And doing all of this with a grace and a pride that blew me away. And that's one of the reasons why I am such an advocate for this community. I wish every American had an opportunity to sit down, to go to a base, to meet with families, to meet with service members, to sit down with our veterans, because we would think differently about our challenges as individuals. Let me tell you, it makes me inspired to work harder, because I think, as Laura said, here we are sitting in the White House. We have no reason to complain when we have 1% of our country serving and sacrificing for the rights and freedoms for the rest of us. So that has just been a profound opportunity for me, and one of the reasons why I will always champion these men and women and their families as long as I can breathe.
It's interesting that I'd like to talk about children too, because both of you had the chance to have your kids live with you there in the White House, and both of you during times of war. I should mention also real quickly that I didn't hear the full introduction, but Will Reynolds also has 4 kids. And he's gone through what he's gone, and it gives you a certain amount of different perspective on things if you do have a child who's in the midst of something significant. And I would say most times moving, emotional, maybe even difficult. But during these times, for both of you, what was it like when you had kids there when this was happening, and knowing very well that the commander-in-chief was the one ultimately responsible for this, and probably you're the first ones that they turned to?
Well, I think back, Barbara and Jenna were freshmen in college when we moved to the White House, so they didn't live there. They'd been there, of course, so much.
They were invited
their grandparents, to come. Yeah, they were invited to come. But they'd been there as 7-year-olds when their grandparents moved there, so they knew the White House just like we did because they'd visited them so often. But when I wrote my book and looked back through my schedule, I saw that right after September 11th, the weekend after September 11th, that Barbara and Jenna came home to the White House. And I knew that they came home because they wanted to be with their dad. And they wanted to be with us. And they felt great insecurity, really, off at the University of Texas and off at Yale, freshmen, after the attacks, and they wanted to be there with him. And then I noticed that a month or a month and a half after that, our childhood friends from Midland, Texas came. And I knew that those boys, men that we knew as boys, wanted to be with George, that they just wanted to be there with him. And I think that is really, no one talked about war. That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, we just want to be with you. And I think that's really important, and I think that's the way the children are too. They don't want to, you don't want them to be worried about decisions their father makes. You want them to just feel the security and love that every parent wants their children to feel.
You just want home to be home.
Yeah.
And you want that for the president because they need that refuge with all that they handle over the course of a day. You want them to come up on that elevator, come onto the second floor. When they open those doors to the residence, they can breathe. They don't need kids hammering them with, Dad, why don't you do this? And sometimes Malia and Sasha will do that. It's like, every now and then at dinner, it's like, what were you thinking? But for the most part, home is home. And that helps keep kids normal. I've said this time and again, my greatest concern coming into the White House was making sure my girls came out whole and normal and decent and kind, just like I would expect them to if we were living on the south side of Chicago. And it takes work to keep White House life normal for the kids.
It isn't normal.
It's not normal. We
pretend.
When
you can have a slumber party with 30 friends.
Oh, my goodness. And you try to pretend like it's normal. It's like, yeah, just ignore the guys with the guns, I remember one parent-teacher conference at the lower school, and Barack went, and there were SWAT guys on top of the roof of the school, and Malia was like, Dad, really? Really? Do they really have to be up there? And it's like, yeah, honey, they do. Let's just keep walking. Just keep going. Just keep going.
But they've got to put up with that for even after they leave. There's going to be security.
Well, the security chain, it's different for, it's a different level. So, we don't want to, talk about it too much, but it's not the same as what it will be for the president and the former president and the former first lady. So, and they're all singing, hey, we're out of here, and we get to ditch our agents pretty soon, but it's a different level of security.
I'm really hoping that my 4 kids actually get back to normal too when I leave ABC News. It's not going to happen too. But after I was hit though, I had to tell my little kids. I said, "All right, there's a new rule. I'm not going to go cover wars anymore." So now I'm over in Asia reporting. So I said, "Well, I can at least maybe do stories about conflict. Conflict's not war." We spoke about both of you have accomplished so much. Military service initiative, of course, which was yours, Mrs. Bush, and of course joining forces that you worked on as well. And both of you have worked together, I think, better than most. I mean, I think somebody said that you should tell the husbands to behave themselves compared to the others. But what have you accomplished? More or less than you expected in terms of what you're doing for those veterans. And when I talk about veterans, I'm not just talking about that were wounded in the wars. About 25% are considered to have been wounded. The rest have gone out with transitions when they come back, some to a new civilian world. But what have you done for them that's the most important, and is it more than you expected, or less?
Well, I think in general that there's just a feeling that people support the military, and that it starts at the top. And it's very different, as you said, from Vietnam. When my generation, when they came home from war and were spit upon. And that's not the way it is now. And I think that's really great. I hope that our returning veterans really feel the gratefulness and the support of the American public. And I know that, Ben, you know this too, Bob, you're talking about it, the thousands of veteran support groups little mom and pop groups that have sprung up all over the United States because people do want to support our returning vets. And the other thing we should look at is what an asset they are. There have been 2.5 million post 9/11 vets, and I think about another million will be transitioning out in the next year or so. And think of the asset that is for our country. These people who chose to serve, who volunteered to serve, and now they want to come home. And it's up to us, the rest of us, to figure out how we can help them keep serving in our communities and make a life for themselves that they're happy with, and deal with the trauma that a lot of them have, the trauma of war.
The thing I've been most pleased about with joining forces is that it's really been a call to partnership with all sectors, corporate sector, with our faith communities, with our schools, our educators, our medical community. And what we have seen is that when you ask, people step up without hesitation. You know, and that's the power of our platforms, is that a lot of times if Laura or I ask for help, people are very receptive. The business community has created millions of jobs for our veterans and our military spouses because of an ask that we made. Millions of jobs, helping them get the training and to be able to retain those jobs and to advance within those jobs. And the same is true for military spouses as well. We've been pleased with our local leaders who have answered the call to end veterans' homelessness, which was part of our call with joining forces. The notion that we have even one single veteran living on the streets should be, just considered a travesty to all of us. Well, there are many mayors, some governors, some states who have essentially eliminated veterans' homelessness because they've answered that call. The Hollywood community has stepped up. We've worked closely with writers and producers who've helped to develop plot lines that involve our military families, our military community, because part of integrating those stories into everyday life helps to normalize these men and women and their families and familiarize the rest of the civilian community with those issues in sort of a sort of preachy way. So I've just been pleased.
And you've done your entertaining as well.
I
think it was what, two days ago you were in Ellen DeGeneres.
We weren't talking about veterans. I don't know what she was doing, but
what is the purpose of that? To do that? I mean, you've been on television shows. You've been on,
Well, usually when we do an appearance, Ellen, you sort of try to make things fun because my motto is you get people to laugh and then you can get them to listen. And what
that is mandatory with her, yes.
Yeah, and with most Americans, I think people respond differently when there's a little humor. And people feel like you're making yourself vulnerable. Then you seem less like the First Lady and more like a neighbor, a friend. But what we were able to do on her show was really to highlight a number of initiatives, including the work we've been doing with healthy eating and the work that Steph Curry has been doing. We had Bradley Cooper on to highlight 22 Kill. Bradley Cooper, for example, has been a tremendous support around the issue of military health for our veterans and our service members. And Bradley's kind of cute, and he's a little distracting, but if you stop and listen to what he said on Ellen,
I have to say
he was promoting the importance of ensuring that the suicide rates among our military members is reduced, and in order to do something about it, you have to know that it's a problem. So, people are watching Ellen. They're not always watching the nightly news. I'm sorry.
Except ABC, of course.
Except
right.
ABC, of course.
Just want to make sure you know that.
But our view is we got to reach people where they are. And
humor works.
Stories.
I know that we've seen this before. Those nobody wants to talk seriously all the time. For those that have been hit, humor's a great one. My wife always tells me I got rocks in my head, which kind of technically is the case.
You had those before, right?
Yeah. No.
When did? Well, I'm just speaking for her.
Oh, you spoke to her, did you? That is correct. And that's, of course, I used my aphasia to, when she asked me to go clean the garage, I said, what is a garage? I don't even know what that is, but that works extremely well. So much has been done, too. I know that in our experience that early when the wars began, well more than a decade ago, is we concentrate on those that come back on recovering to get out of the hospital and to get the best treatment that they can. But also, the next step was to figure out a way to let them get back into their civilian world when they return to their community. And then, of course, the next one was jobs. And I think that the number, this may be right, is that I think that the rate of unemployment with the veterans now is lower than the civilian numbers, the rate for unemployment. And that's good news. The other one, Mrs. Bush, was that I know this is one of your concentrations too, which is exactly what we've been learning over time, which is I think most of the attention was largely to those that were visibly wounded. And now we have to realize there's a lot that are invisible. And why is it that you pursuing that now is one of your major concentrations?
Well, because that is really one of the most long-lasting effects of being in trauma like that. And so one of the things that George has done with both the bike rides and the golf is a lot of people recover from those invisible wounds if they're playing a sport. They can do it with a sport. And so those are the two things he's done. And, of course, that's the whole idea behind Invictus, and that is to have a sport to go to get over those invisible wounds. But another thing, when I moved back to Texas with a group of people that I grew up with, we founded a conservation group called Texan by Nature. And we just hosted a conference on Monday at Houston Methodist Hospital in Houston about the benefits of being outside for mental health. And one of the people that spoke was a colonel who'd suffered from PTS, about how being outside, just even being able to see green, there's research, not a lot on research that proves it, but they say that if you just go outside some. And one of the researchers that talked about this problem that a lot of people have where they ruminate over a problem. He called it rumination. And you spend a lot of time where something's going through your mind and going through your mind, and it's really even bad for your brain because you start to produce a lot of cortisol. And of course, that's what PTS can be, where you go through your mind the trauma, and you see your best friend being shot by you over and over and over. And to be able to get out of that, to be able to go outside and get out of it or use a sport or some other way to get out of it is very helpful with post-traumatic stress. The other thing that George has tried to do is take the disorder, the D, out of the PTS. It's an injury. It's not a disorder. And if people are said, if they're diagnosed with the disorder, then they think it hurts them, that they won't be able to get a job if they have a disorder. But you can improve from an injury.
Well, and that's the work that we need to do around mental health and how the military can be so helpful, because mental health affects all Americans. 1 in 5 Americans is dealing with some kind of mental health diagnosis. And the challenge that we face is there is still a stigma. So people they don't feel good about identifying and getting the help that they need. Sometimes it's viewed as a weakness. And when you think about that it's ludicrous. I mean, like Laura said, it's an illness. And could you ever imagine claiming that a cancer patient seeking chemotherapy was somehow being weak? Or you would tell somebody, with a heart disease to just toughen up. But that's sort of where mental health is. And our military can play a big role in changing the conversation around mental health for the entire country. Because we know these men and women are heroes. We know that they're brave. We understand what's happened. And if they can be brave enough to step up and get the help they need, perhaps that'll help some kid in some community who's depressed and maybe thinking about suicide. Maybe the research that is happening for our veterans and wounded warriors can be translated, exactly, can help everybody. And that's one of the reasons with joining forces, we've been working with something called the Campaign to Change Direction. And the goal there is to help the rest of the nation understand the 5 signs that they need to look out for when somebody has mental health, sort of like CPR training or training for use of a defibrillator. Yeah. That thing. But everyone should be aware, employers,
really
teachers, educators, so that when you see the signs, you know how to identify them and you can find the resources to get that person the help they need. And this is true for many military spouses as well. It's not just the service members. I mean, the stresses of being a caregiver, the stresses of being that spouse that is dealing with 4 kids while their spouse is deployed. I mean, we have to make sure that these individuals feel like they can reach out when they need help and that they're not drowning all alone. So this is one of the many ways that the work that we do with the military community can be translated into positive impacts for the rest of the society.
You know, I was going to ask you right before you said it about PTS versus, post-traumatic stress disorder. There was a movement that developed over time, exactly that, because, there was this stigma. When you talk about employment and just getting back to your world, is that was one that people didn't understand, and they were not going to hire somebody with one they cannot identify. And that has changed over time. I think the number of stigma has really dropped down.
But it really is important for people who are suffering in any way to reach out for the veteran as well as for the family. And veterans are slow to say, I need help. They are tough. They pride themselves on it. And they don't want to jeopardize their chances of getting a job by saying, I need help. So I think there are a lot of ways. I've seen some ads actually on television about talking. One man told George about seeing his best friend shot next to him, and he said he couldn't get it out of his mind. And then he wrote him a letter afterwards, and he said, I've never told anyone that. And George said, you waited till you told your former commander-in-chief, and you haven't told anyone else? Because those are things people need to be able to talk about. They need to have somebody that listens to them and that they can talk about and tell it, because that's how you slowly get over it.
You mentioned identification, would you call it? Anyway, I want to talk about spouses. You mentioned spouses again and children, because that's another one that so many times we have heard this, especially early on in our world of the wounded, and just all veterans actually, whether wounded or not, is that the ones that don't get any attention or credit is the spouses, whether it's a man or a woman, a husband or a wife. Those that served are the ones that get all the attention. And that's changing over time. And a lot of it is what you two are doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had so much fun working with military spouses. You talk about highly skilled service members. I mean, military spouses, they are smart, they're resilient, they are multitaskers, amazing to the T. They are great spokespeople. They are great managers. They're great leaders. But many of them have had their careers disrupted because they're supporting a spouse. When you're moving every 2 years, how do you keep up with your job? One of the issues that we worked on with joining forces was military spousal licensing. So you imagine that you have a job that requires any kind of license, even an esthetician or social worker, you name it. If you move to a base in another state, there was no reciprocity. So a lot of military spouses had to go through hours of retraining, spend hundreds and thousands of dollars to get recertified just to work in their profession.
Is that nurses too, doctors?
It involved any job with a license. There was no reciprocity. Well, at the start of joining forces, that was one of our key issues. And we put a call out to all the governors. We had one of the first meetings at one of the governors' conferences, and we were like, hey, come on, people. You can do this. And it was one of those things where a lot of the governors didn't realize their states didn't have reciprocity. They just hadn't thought about it. So slowly we started to see state legislatures, because this is one of these, this is like a no-brainer nonpartisan issue. This is a win-win, just get it done. Well, from the start to now, we now finally have all 50 states who have military spousal licensing reciprocity going on. But we would have never known that had we not had the conversations with these men and women, to hear their challenges, to see what they were going through, to find out what kind of things we could do on the ground. I mean, what would change their lives? And this is just one of them. And to talk about the military kids, I mean, you know, the challenges of moving a kid, you know, finding the right programs. If you've got a great special ed program that your kid's in and you're moving to another base, you don't know if that school's going to have that same program. So the level of advocacy and research, the skill that it takes to be a military spouse, to be able to get your kid, to keep your kid on track. You know, if any parent out here, you just think about your kid and what it takes to get them from kindergarten to 12th grade sanely in one school. The average military kid attends 7, 8, 9, 10 schools in their entire primary and secondary school education. And these kids are still graduating on time. They are still at the top of their class. They are still amazing. But there's a parent at home that's doing a lot of heavy lifting to make that happen, a lot of advocating. And one of Jill's initiatives has been working, Jill Biden, my partner in joining forces, a Blue Star mom in her own right, has been working with the education community on a range of these issues as well. So there's so much that we need to know about the challenges that military families face. They are holding up this country just as much as the men and women who are serving on those front lines. And they're just as proud and just as reticent to complain or ask for help. So it's up to us to step up for them.
So that's why your president won the second term, so he didn't have to move the kids?
Yeah, right. Yeah, no,
That would have been really bad.
The reason he won was that he wanted to make sure that his teenage girls had agents through high school. Men with guns. That was a great motivator.
You know, my kids, our 4 kids, my wife and I moved to 10 different cities, and then my son, by the time he was 11, was his 8th city, and I wasn't even in the military. So at least I had some way to relate to it.
Was that the rocks in your head thing happening? No, just kidding.
How many times are you going to say that? Okay, it's true. You know, the other thing, it's interesting to talk about first ladies in the history, to see, Koki talk about it, and these, the great historians to talk about this. Is it, if you compare it to what you're doing now as first ladies, compared to what the first ladies did before, I mean, interesting to see in history, some of them went to the war zones and worked or dealt with those that came back wounded almost physically with the blood. But the number of hours that you put into it, if you compared them, what do you think? Is it just much more unending in terms of the participation by first ladies in all of this?
I think first ladies have been pretty active forever. Always.
Like Eleanor Roosevelt. I mean, drop the mic on that one.
Yeah. I think, they used to think, well, they thought this about Lady Bird Johnson. Isn't that sweet that she likes flowers? The First Lady likes flowers. And she was really one of the very first, conservationists that talked about using native plants.
So that takes us then to the next step, which is, now, I know Mrs. Bush, you're always doing this well after you left. What are you going to do when you go? What's going to be your priority in terms of all the work? You've done everything, many, many initiatives, even other than the veterans one. And I'm not going to ask you which one's going to be what you're going to concentrate on the most. But how much do you really think you will be involved in this as time goes by? You think this is going to be for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
For both of you?
Yes, absolutely. What else are we going to do?
The fact is you really have a podium, really, always. And people still listen to Barbara Bush, don't you think? I certainly do. So...
Do you obey her?
It's a really wonderful, it's just great for us to be able to have the opportunity to contribute to things and do things and keep working on what we're interested in. These are all issues that you never get to just rub your hands together and say,
done,
we took care of
finished.
that.
Right.
You know, they're all things that you have to work on, literacy or whatever, for forever.
I know you mentioned, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, to do this, you have to have a strong public service bone sort of built in you. And I know that's true for me. It's true for my husband. I mean, long before he ran for office, we left corporate law and we were working with kids and mentoring. He was a community organizer. I worked for the city government. That's sort of what you do, and you don't stop. Because there's always something to do. So I can't imagine that that I'll leave here and really kick my feet up and say, oh, well, good luck with that.
Well, you will a little bit.
I will do that a little bit. You're right. Yeah.
What's going to be your hobby? I mean, Mrs. Bush, you told me that President Bush is now taking painting on as one of his main things, and I think we're going to get a book in March. Sorry, I would like you to have it on Wednesday, but. But we'll have it then. Did he did a great painting of you?
No. He was not successful in a painting of me.
Oh, no.
But he has painted portraits of wounded warriors that he's gotten to know, and has a book coming out in March with their portraits, and then he wrote their stories.
And he's donating all the profit.
Yeah, the profits go to the Military
my
Service
foundation.
Initiative.
I'm just kidding. Just joking about that.
So, there is life after the White House. Not quite as luxurious. Believe me, no new sheets every day.
That's okay.
So then we're going to have a brand new administration coming very soon. You can't win any more terms. It's not Roosevelt anymore.
That's fine.
Yeah. So your kids are going to have to move and do something. But what do you have some advice to the next first lady or first gentleman that come into the White House about how to deal with initiatives generally, but largely for operating out of the White House? I know there's a lot of remarkable organizations that are doing so much for the veterans. Had a chance to go and they visit the White House, and it changes their attitude a lot. But is there anything specifically that you would tell to the next?
I would hope that, as with previous administrations, that this next administration will prioritize our service members, our veterans, and our families. It should be high on the list. I mean, there's something that everyone can do to support this community, but the commander-in-chief, the first family, the second family, the vice president, they have an obligation to set that tone. I think Laura said that earlier. With this platform, you can raise the bar high on this issue. So I would hope that this responsibility comes with the House, and that every administration will try to top the next one in what they do for these men and women, whatever you call it, whether it's joining forces or you name it something else. But the work of making sure that this country never forgets the service and sacrifice, particularly when it comes to our Gold Star families, that we hold them in our hearts, that we don't just honor them with words, but we do things that impact their lives. As much as Laura and I have done, there's still so much work to be done. Everything is not fixed. So there's plenty for the next administration to do. And I think that, I would urge all of our veterans organizations, our Blue Star moms, our Gold Star families, everyone to keep the pressure on the next administration, hold them accountable, ask the same important questions that you've asked of these presidencies to make sure that we never go back to the time of Vietnam War, where a veteran comes home and they're afraid to even identify as a service member. And I'll never forget, when I realized we were having an impact, was the time we went to a VA center, and there was a gentleman, Mr. Black, who came up after a conversation about what was going on at the VA center. We had highlighted it, and he said, I have never been more proud to be a veteran than now. He said, I used to never tell anybody that I was a veteran because I never knew what their reaction would be. And he said, now every day I don't leave the house without something that identifies me as a veteran, because I don't care where I am, people are going to stop me. They thank me. They say, thank you for your service. We're so proud of you. He said, now I don't leave the house without something that identifies me as a veteran. And that that warmed my heart. And that's something we have to think about for all these men and women who are going to be transitioning. Our women veterans, there'll be more and more women veterans out there. We have to hold them up and let them know that we're grateful. So.
And a lot of the Vietnam vets now will also be coming back to going to the VA because they're the age to do that. And some of them may have injuries, brain injuries, that were never really identified before. So we'll start to see a big number of Vietnam vets now coming into the VA, the hospitals.
Right, and I think people just assume there's really no battles going on, but we're going all over the world with more conflicts and more special ops and CIA and underground kind of operations. That's going to continue for a long time, and hopefully we're not going to have another major war again. But sometimes I say this is a little bit maybe too emotional about it, but I ever looked back about the good thing about getting blown up, if there is such a thing, is that's been so satisfying, so fulfilling to have this relationship with a group of Americans who have served and have done so much, partly because they've volunteered. My own 25-year-old son and my 22-year-old daughter don't have to join the military unless they really want to. But how has that been for you? I know if you can. I know that it's as well. Maybe it's to some degree it's an obvious answer to it. But have you ever cried much?
Oh God, yeah. I cry all the time. But it's more tears of pride. I am moved by this community, moved deeply, because when we talk about pride of country, when we talk about citizenship, when we talk about all the things we want a strong defense, we want to beat back terrorism. All of this is resting on the shoulders of this one community. As I said, 1% of the country who's stepping up to serve to protect the freedoms of us all. And we can't just talk strong defense if we're not taking care of these men and women, not just during their service, but after. So yeah, I do get emotional. I get emotional when I see a young man with all his limbs blown off at Walter Reed, and I see a young family sitting there, and I wonder, what are they gonna do? And then a few months later, I see that young man with his prosthetics, and the next month I see him walking, and then next year you see him competing in the Invictus Games. That, it clutches your heart in a way that you can't imagine. We've been able to follow those journeys, to watch people go from traumatic injury to victory. And there is a strength and a power to that you just can't,
And just a resilience also of people and of America, our whole country. I think we're so lucky to live where we live.
Which is another reason why it's so important for you to concentrate on the invisible wounds too, because our medicine advancement, I'm actually working on an hour for PBS about this, about how medicine, it's another thing about the war, is that one of the positive aspects of it is medical advancement. So now the civilian world of medicine is now saving lives than ever before. People say if I was hit 5 years before I was hit, I would not be living right now. But it does create other invisible wounds that last, forever. So it's going to need even more, and that's one thing you're going to concentrate on when you go, which is remarkable. I want to thank both of you for what you're doing. I haven't sadly done the research of how much previous First Ladies have done for the veterans. I know that we have brand new wars that we're sort of after the Cold War before, but you have really, again, you've done more than anybody expected, and your influence has been remarkable. So I just want to thank you personally, and I think from everybody here for doing what you're doing. So I think that means we can stand up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. If everyone would
remain here while the First Ladies leave. Thank you, Bob, Mrs. Obama, Mrs. Bush, for leading by example and spending your time with us here today. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. Everyone, thank you for spending the morning with us. I think this is terrific. The call to partnership is one of the things that I'm taking away from this, and I hope you do too. On your way out, you'll see a wonderful gift of a set of books from the White House Historical Association, White House History, that was referred to today, and also In the Living White House. So we're grateful to the White House Historical Association for sharing a gift book with everyone here today. Thank you for spending your morning with us.
I've just had my say in the government of our country, my own private say. And if you, or the policeman over there, or the President of the United States asks me how I voted, I can say that's none of your business. As an American, I have that right. Every one of these people has that right. You have it. It's something special. Americans have a heritage of the vote no other nation on earth can match. Because in the modern world, we were the first to build a working system of government on the foundation of the vote. Webster's dictionary says, vote, the right to exercise a wish, choice, or expression of will. Here in Berlin, one of these men is about to vote in the only effective way he can, with his feet. Thousands and tens of thousands have made the dash to freedom from behind the Iron Curtain, and a graphic phrase came into being. They were voting with their feet. Then in Berlin came the wall. As elsewhere, the communists had to do something. Too many people wanted out. And despite the wall, men and women would still risk prison or death. It is well not to underestimate how deeply runs the need of human beings for freedom of choice. Freedom of choice is the essence of voting. The polling place in which only one answer is acceptable is no polling place. Of course, when you give each man a free choice, you run the risk of wide disagreement. Fine. Harry Emerson Fosdick said it well. Liberty is always dangerous, but it's the safest thing we have. The vote itself is nothing recent in man's history. The first ballots known were used in the popular courts of ancient Athens. The juries used balls like these to register their votes. White for innocence, black for guilt. From these came our word ballot, which means literally little ball. No, voting is nothing new, but not until the 18th century in the American colonies did the vote become the actual foundation of a governmental system. This was something new in the world, and it was not easily done. With us, the secret ballot became the rule. This way, the voter couldn't be intimidated before the voting or punished afterward. Power groups, of course, looked for ways to get around it. For example, a man might be ordered to write his name or put an identifying mark on his ballot, so his vote could be checked. So a law was passed. Any ballot so marked would not be counted. Or a voter might be told to take a friend with him to the polls, to help him with the paperwork, and again, to make sure of his vote. So another law was passed. no one is allowed in the polling place but election officials and individual voters. Private voting booths naturally followed, and so it went. Over the years, we made the system work, but there were a lot of kinks to be ironed out along the way. For example, what about citizens in uniform? Before the Civil War, most states wouldn't let soldiers vote at all. They were afraid of military control of elections in communities near large army installations. The few who could vote had to do it in person or not at all. There was no absentee balloting. During the Civil War, some Union states set up ways for men away from home to vote. Some arranged for voting in the field. Others allowed men to mail votes home for a friend or relative to take to the polls for them. All this, however, was strictly temporary. By the time World War I came, many states had set up absentee voting systems, and in 1917, with most troops still in the states, the military vote was substantial, if not truly impressive. But in 1918, with 2 million men overseas and no provision for voting outside the United States, the military vote was virtually non-existent. Clearly, these men had the right to vote, but there was just no provision for it. When World War II came, the problem had to be tackled all over again. Congress passed the federal voting law to allow service people away from home in time of war to vote. Now, those overseas could vote for Senate, House, and presidential candidates. In 1944, some 2.5 million voted overseas. It was somewhat complicated to get the ballots through the mail and send them back to the states again. Still, if you really wanted to, there was a way. During the Korean War, it was made easier for a serviceman overseas to cast his vote, and he was encouraged to do so. But this was still a special combat zone provision, and like all the others before it, a temporary one. So in 1955, it was a major step forward when the Federal Voting Assistance Act became law, providing the mechanism for absentee voting anytime, anywhere, war or peace, on a permanent basis. This law provided for getting election information to the serviceman and helping him to obtain an absentee ballot. It also recommended to every state that it adopt a simple and uniform voting procedure to make the whole process less complicated. The FPCA, Federal Postal Card Application, became the key to the program. And today, every state accepts it as a valid application for an absentee ballot from service personnel. Today, casting your vote from any spot on earth is an easy matter. No matter how you look at it, from your viewpoint as a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, the steps you take are simple. Your voting officer will see to it that you get an application card together with the voting information you need for your voting district. You fill out the FPCA and drop it in the mail, no need for a stamp. It goes by free air mail right to your voting district back home. They will send you an absentee ballot back, again by airmail. You have it with a minimum of delay. The rest is up to you, and rightly so. Your vote, for whatever candidate, for whatever reasons, is your business and no one else's. Finally, your ballot goes back home by air and into the voting total, along with the votes of your neighbors. And wherever you are, you have the means of making sure that your vote is an informed vote, of following the issues, the candidates, the platforms, as the campaign gets underway. If you're ever tempted to wonder if your single vote means anything, just remember that every vote is counted, and everyone counts. A single vote can swing an election. Don't underestimate it. This is something no amount of money can buy for you if you don't have it. It's just a piece of paper, but It represents your basic right as a citizen. More than 130 years ago, a man named William Corbett hit it right on the head when he said, "The great right of all, without which there is in fact no right, is the right of taking part in the making of the laws by which we are governed." Important aspects of your life in uniform are directly regulated by the Congress. Pay rates, allowances, benefits, term of service, and so on. But the Congress is also directly regulated by you as citizens. This is the means by which you can have your say. Wherever the needs of the nation demand it around the world, you are on duty. Dramatic duty sometimes, not so dramatic most times, but always important, necessary to the overall purpose, the same purpose it has always been, to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Who more than you, who in this moment of history are providing the defense of the nation, who more than you should use the free voice which you are helping to ensure? That free voice is the vote.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing, and I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the waters stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. It might drive you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one day, one day, one
All right. Thank you so much for having us on CREWTV. Very excited to be here. So the first question, why skydiving and women's advocacy? What's the connection? Well, women are underrepresented in so many areas. And so women are definitely underrepresented in skydiving. out of the 35,000 members in the United States, per the United States Parachute Association, women are only 13% of that number. And we care to represent women in the sport, but also in other areas of life, doing bold, brave things. And that's basically the core mission of our team. Highlight Pro Skydiving Team is our team. And the core mission of that is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. And so we hope that when people see us doing what we do, that yeah, they could be inspired to join us in skydiving, or they could be inspired to be bold and brave, whether it's in media, in government, in you know, all different kinds of areas where we see women underrepresented. So the next question is to share about how long we've been skydiving and what inspires us to do the jumps that we do. Amy, go ahead.
So I'm Amy Shimalecki. Hello, everybody. I've been skydiving so I'm in my 26th year, which when I say that, I'm like, what? It's been so long. I started when I was 18. Originally, my inspiration to skydive had to do with this desire to feel free in the air. It was a vision I had and something I always wanted to do, and that was my main goal as a young 18-year-old person. And as I've grown, it's changed. For a while it was competition, and then it was just pure fun. And now skydiving and the specific type of things that I'm doing within skydiving, my main drive has a purpose behind it. This purpose has always been there, but now it's a little bit more defined, and that is, like Mel said, our team goal is to inspire women and girls to live bold, brave lives of their own design. So we're very fortunate, to have this opportunity and do these skydives to showcase what we're doing, us living our version of bold, brave lives. And with that, hopes to get other people inspired to do the same things.
Yeah, I echo what Amy said. I mean, originally skydiving was in my family and I was exposed to it at a young age. And when I did my very first jump, it just blew my mind. I really didn't think it was possible. I 100% didn't think I could do it. And so when I did, and I landed and I had done this thing that I really thought I couldn't do, my whole life, my whole brain for the rest of my life was really altered in a positive way, where if I'm thinking something's not possible, where I'm thinking something is out of my just realm of access, that I had to question that. Like anytime I felt afraid, I had to really look at that fear. Not that I want to dismiss those thoughts, but that I wanted to really look at those and question what actually I was capable of. And so as my involvement in skydiving has grown and changed, I say this a lot, this mission with Highlight, being advocates for women, for equality at large, for social justice and racial justice, and all of these things that we care about being champions for and allies for, that really deeply matters to me. And it excites me so much that we can use this medium, this thing that we love so much, skydiving, to carry a message that hopefully will impact the greater world in a bigger way. Yeah. Okay, so how did we meet Colleen Jenkins? So Colleen Jenkins is one of our greatest champions and greatest supporters. She is the great-great-granddaughter of Elizabeth Cady Stanton, who is one of the original suffragists of the women's suffrage movement, securing the right to vote for women in the United States. And we got connected to Colleen initially because our whole first year as a team, as a demonstration jump team, has been centered around mobilizing the vote and inspiring people to learn about the history of the women's suffrage movement and how much it took for the women of those days, to make that possible for all of us, to secure that right and that privilege for all of us. And so, yeah, Colleen has been an amazing conduit to connection. She's come up with so many incredible ideas for our team about where we can jump and who we can partner with, including Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx, where we jumped earlier this summer on the actual centennial anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But yeah, we also, in talking about the 19th Amendment and championing that, we always like to say that the 19th Amendment in language secured the right to vote for all women, but really it only secured it for white women. And yes, it secured it for all women, but with those other laws and ways that the vote was oppressed for people of color, that didn't come through in a bigger way for others until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and beyond. So we just like to always acknowledge that, the complexity of the history, and people like Colleen have helped us really learn so much more about the history, and we're grateful for that. All right, next question. How has COVID affected your skydiving schedule?
It hasn't affected it at all. Everything's been totally normal.
Totally normal.
We're just, skydiving's got this magical thing, nothing affects it. Okay, so some things have been canceled, some things have been postponed. There have been some things we kind of modify, and this is the part we're most excited about. We have modified some of our opportunities to adapt and make the best of this situation. And in some cases, it's a little bit better what has turned out. So what I mean is, normally when we do skydiving demonstration jumps, we skydive into crowds of people from anywhere from hundreds to thousands, 10,000s of people. And that's how we kind of show our message and show what we do into crowds of people. And obviously we couldn't do that with COVID. So we kind of all put our heads together and thought, what can we do? So instead of doing large crowds, and in fact, we have been keeping the location of our demonstration jump secret. And instead we do a live feed production. So like everyone else, we've turned to the internet to show people what we're doing. So we're able to have a live entertainment for people from the safety of their own homes. They're at home and able to tune into where we are. And we keep that location private and then kind of have it revealed at the start of the live feed. And that's been really neat because not only can we still show it to crowds of people, we can also show it to people that we couldn't have in any other way. And then it'll exist, our show still exists on the internet for people to view for any time after that, years later. So it kind of, in a way, gives us more reach. Of course, we've had to adapt, and we're so used to the live crowds, and there's so much fun in that. But there's also a lot of fun in discovering this new platform and this new element to show what we do. And we know, our whole team knows, that it's something that won't end when COVID ends. We will continue to do the live feed because it brings it to so many more people now, and we're pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's this anticipation energy when you're really watching something live. And just to make clear, we didn't necessarily say this very clearly, but a demonstration jump, a demonstration skydive is when we're flying our parachutes into public locations with streamers and banners and smoke. And with our team, again, we are so lucky to be supported philanthropically by the Women's Skydiving Network. And so we don't have to jump for brands. We are jumping for messages that make a difference in the world. And so, yeah, our next jump, and I know Amy was going to share a little bit more about our next jump. When and where is our next jump, and how do we plan for our jumps?
So our next jump, I don't know, should we disclose it?
I think we can, because I don't think this will be I think it'll be okay to say it, yeah.
Okay. Well, I actually want to talk about two next jumps that are very important to me. Our demonstration jump, our next highlight pro skydiving team demonstration jump, and then also Project 19 I'd like to mention as well. So our next demonstration jump is going to be at the Alice Paul Institute in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And that's next week on October 10th. And our team is going to travel there and do a skydive there. What's exciting about that date is it's the day before Day of the Girl. So we're kind of going to tie it into that, and that has obvious connections to what we're doing. So we're really excited about that. And I'm going to assume everyone knows who Alice Paul is and how wonderful it is that we're able to jump into her institute where she grew up. Am I correct saying that, Mel? It is where she grew up, or at least spent
Yeah,
a
it's her home. Yeah, it's where she grew up, and she was one of the original suffragists who actually got the amendment over the finish line, which is very special.
Yeah, she spent those last years before the 19th Amendment passed really working for it and sacrificed so much for us to have the right to vote. So we are very grateful for that and really excited to jump into her home.
Yeah, definitely. International Day of the Girl, that's pretty cool too. I love that. I love that connection of the story of that particular demo. But at Project 19 also is a phenomenal project, and it's not the same thing as Highlight Pro Skydiving Team, but it's another initiative under the Women's Skydiving Network that, yeah, Amy, share a bit more about that.
So Project 19 is a women's vertical world record. Originally, we were going to do 100 women joining hands together while in free fall. So from when we exit the aircraft to when we open our parachutes, 100 women would come out of 5 different aircraft and fly together, join hands in celebration of the 100-year anniversary of the 19th Amendment. But COVID, we've postponed it. The plan now is to do 101 way on the 101-year anniversary. Which is exciting because we get to involve one more woman. These are going to be some of the best female skydivers from all around the world. And we're open to having to postpone it. If we have to postpone it, we will, but it'll get done. If we have to do 102 way, we will. But we're excited to, you know, we should have done it already, and we're kind of, you know, bummed. We always look forward to that, but we still have it to look forward to. And what I like about doing it at a later date now is that it's a great opportunity for us to bring up the subject again and to really kind of continue to celebrate the history of the 19th Amendment.
Yeah, and another thing that I love about it too is that it really gives women in skydiving something to work toward. And this sort of leads into the next and last question of what advice would we give to young girls who may want to become a skydiver. I just love that specialness about Project 19, how it's giving so many women in the sport something to really set their sights on and say, gosh, I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try. I'm going to start to join training camps and start to work on my skills and see what I can do. And so my advice to young girls who may want to become a skydiver kind of goes back to my first jump experience, where we are so much more capable than we ever currently think we are. Like, you know what I mean? So anytime we're thinking, oh, I don't know if I could do that, you know, maybe you can. And so it's not necessarily that everybody needs to come skydiving or anything like that, but I would say to start learning more about it, you know, start asking questions, start doing some of your own research, start checking out some videos and some people online. Certainly follow us online if you want, at Highlight Skydiving is our channel, but, you know, reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to answer questions. But that's what I would say to start, is to start learning more, to get that lack of knowledge or that uncertainty to be that much less. And then hopefully you decide to go, and we'll see you out there. Amy, what would you say?
Definitely agree with everything you said, Mel. And, you know, growing up, there are so many times where people tell you what you should do, or they kind of make it, oh, this is what you should do, this is what you have to do. And maybe it's your peers, maybe it's your friends, your family. And as you grow, you know, these things are going to be your choice. And if you have this feeling, you know, just explore it. Like Mel said, look into it and see if it's something you want to do. You can also always go to a skydiving facility for a day and check it out. You could also reach out to us. We can point you in the right direction. Reach out to us on our website. But it's a wonderful sport. And if it's not skydiving, but it's something else that you're thinking you want to do, but you're not sure if it's cool or if it's okay or whatever it is, go for it.
Absolutely. On that note, thank you so much for having us. And anything else we can do, let us know.
Sometimes I lay under the moon, I thank God I'm breathing, and I pray don't take me soon, cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will pray. One day, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's not about win or lose, 'cause we all lose when they bleed on the souls of the innocent. Blood-drenched pavement, keep on moving though the water stay raging. In this maze, you can lose your way, your way. In my job, you crazy, but don't let it phase you, no way, no way. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down, So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say one day, one day, one day, one day, one
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. In 2020, we are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote in our country. and all of you who are following in the footsteps of the incredible New York suffragists who made this happen. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, who showed the nation that women and girls' voices truly matter. Please accept my best wishes for a wonderful event.
The 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, became enshrined in our Constitution. My mother
Stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
The Equal Rights Amendment, when ratified, will help knock down those restrictions that have locked women in to the old stereotypes of behavior and opportunity. It will help open up more options for women.
What about the youth vote? We heard so much after Parkland and the March for Our Lives movement. They were really motivated. Are they really?
So there's two ways to look at that. The glass half full version says that yes, they are turning out in larger numbers than they have in previous elections. The glass half empty side, though, says that they're still underperforming. Let me give you an idea. 18 to 24-year-olds represent 8.9% of all registered voters, yet only 4.2% of them have voted so far. 18 to 34-year-olds represent about 26% of all registered voters, but only 12% have turned out.
A July analysis from the polling firm TargetSmart looked at the change in millennial voter registration before and after the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. They found that since then, youth voter registration has increased nationwide by 2.1%.
We saw the response to the tragedy in Parkland was this sort of unprecedented surge in activism where you saw these Parkland students who really began the movement and brought in students from around the country where they had the March for Our Lives. And a lot of that movement was talking about turning that into political power.
Some of the biggest jumps in youth voter registration happened in key battleground states, like Pennsylvania with a 16-point increase, Virginia with a 10-point jump, and Florida with 8%.
A feeling of humility and a feeling of honor and a feeling of being blessed.
Are all emotions Michelle Jones Galvin feels when she thinks about her family's history. Jones Galvin is a fifth-generation descendant of Harriet Tubman, and along with her mother, they co-authored the book Beyond the Underground, which chronicles Tubman's life and her most precious beliefs.
Freedom for every single human being in this country and the world. She believed that no other person should own another person. And I think we can all agree to that. And that's what her work was all about.
Women are coming together to really celebrate our empowerment, the right to vote, and map out a plan for the future.
This conference, more than any other conference I've been involved in, brings together an incredibly diverse group of people that are eager to talk to each other and eager to listen to each other.
Begins, and I was in the first graduating class.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is a photo of my great-great-grandmother. This is Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Young women feel empowered today because if they look backwards, they'll find out that they're standing on the shoulders of the women's movement and that men and women have worked very hard to create opportunities for them.
History isn't what happened, it's who tells the story. We're moving away from the great white men, great wars, great dates history. And that requires that we repopulate history with all of the voices. Then we begin to know what we're celebrating, what we're commemorating.
It was really about thinking about your own calling, your own conscience. Women's freedom of conscience was connected to women's liberty, and women's liberty was also connected to the anti-slavery movement.
He said, when I ran away from slavery, I did it for myself. When I fought for abolition, I did it for my people. But when I was at Seneca Falls and fought for women's rights, there was some nobility in that act. Frederick Douglass was definitely for universal suffrage, and so he understood the importance of the vote to elevate his people, but also to protect his people from being brutalized, dehumanized, and lynched.
Thank you all for joining us here in the theater, and for those of you who are joining us through C-SPAN or on YouTube. We're happy to have all of you join in this evening's program. I'm Jim Gardner, the Executive for Legislative Archives, Presidential Libraries, and Museum Services here at the Archives, and I'm pleased to be able to welcome you tonight on behalf of David Ferriero, the Archivist of the United States. Today has been Magna Carta Day here at the Archives. We've been celebrating the 800th anniversary of the day in 1215 when King John of England agreed to a charter aimed at making peace between him and a group of barons who were in rebellion. Magna Carta established that no one, not even the monarch, is above the law, and everyone has a right to the law. These principles inspired our nation's founding fathers when they crafted our founding documents, the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights that are in the rotunda above us. Also on display here at the Archives is a very rare copy of the 1297 Magna Carta. It greets you when you visit our Records of Rights exhibit. As you came in tonight into the Archives, it was right ahead of you, not lit up because the gallery's closed tonight, but I hope you'll come back and see our copy of Magna Carta. The Magna Carta is part of an exhibit called Records of Rights in the David M. Rubenstein Gallery. Mr. Rubenstein provided support for the gallery and even put his copy of Magna Carta on permanent display there. Tonight, we have a panel of Magna Carta scholars who will explore the ties between this historic document and how we live today. However, before we go any further, I'd like to tell you about a couple of evening programs coming up soon here in the McGowan Theater. This Friday, June 19, at 7 p.m., the AFI Docs Guggenheim Symposium pays tribute to documentary filmmaker Stanley Nelson, whose films on the African American experience have received wide acclaim. The program is being presented by the AFI Docs Documentary Film Festival in partnership with the Charles Guggenheim Center for Documentary Film here at the National Archives. Then on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m., we'll have a panel discussing DC statehood and the current state of our representative democracy. The panel will include former Washington, D.C. Mayor Anthony Williams, D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton, and former New York Congressman Jim Walsh. The program is being presented in partnership with the U.S. Association of Former Members of Congress. If you want to know more about upcoming events here and all our public programs, please refer to our monthly calendar of events. Copies of the calendar are in the lobby, along with the sign-up sheet to be included if you want to be included on our mailing list for the calendar, either by regular mail or email. Another way to get more involved in the National Archives is to become a member of the Foundation for the National Archives. The Foundation supports the work of the archives, especially our education and outreach programs, such as tonight's. You can pick up an application for membership in the lobby or become a member online at archivesfoundation.org. Tonight's program, getting back to tonight's program, will be a discussion of the influence of Magna Carta on American constitutionalism, including its place in the charters of the American colonies, its impact on our founding era, and its continued influence today. This program is presented in partnership with the Constitutional Sources Project, also known as ConSource, and we thank them for their support. The project is a nonprofit devoted to educating lawyers, judges, teachers, students, and the general public about American constitutional history. And with us tonight to open the program is the Executive Director of ConSource, Julie Silverbrook. Julie holds a law degree from the College of William and Mary and a bachelor's degree in political science from the George Washington University. Now, to introduce tonight's panel, please welcome Julie Silverbrook.
Thank you for that generous introduction, Jim. As Jim mentioned, I'm Julie Silverbrook, Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or ConSource. All right, we're good? Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right? Okay, everybody can hear me now? All right, let's try that again. I'm still Julie Silverbrook, and I'm still the Executive Director of the Constitutional Sources Project, or ConSource. For short, we're an organization devoted to facilitating greater access to and understanding of U.S. constitutional history, and it is an absolute pleasure to join the National Archives this evening to celebrate the 800th anniversary of the sealing of Magna Carta. Magna Carta has left a profound legacy for law and culture around the world. To commemorate Magna Carta and its powerful ideas, like trial by jury and due process of law embodied in its text, we have assembled an impressive group of scholars to discuss Magna Carta's influence on American constitutionalism. Tonight we will be joined by Jennifer Paxton, a medieval specialist from Catholic University of America, Robert Polito, author of In the Shadow of the Great Charter, who I heard gave a wonderful lecture this afternoon, and Bruce O'Brien, a Magna Carta expert from the University of Mary Washington. Tonight's program will be live tweeted on the ConSource Twitter page, live streamed on the National Archives YouTube page, and I'm told that C-SPAN is also here with us this evening. I hope folks joining us at home and around the world will tune in online and on social media. And with that, I now have the great privilege of welcoming to the stage our expert panelists, as well as our distinguished moderator, Judge Royce Lamberth, Senior United States District Judge for the District of Columbia. Please join me in welcoming them. And with that, I'm going to hand the reins over to our very capable, distinguished moderator, Judge Lamberth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. It's a pleasure to be here at the Archives. As you know, it was 800 years ago today that a group of English barons forced King John to sign a charter known as Magna Carta with the idea that the king's capacity to kill or imprison should not be exercised at his whim, but that he should have explicit constraints, that is, that he would be subject to law, and that neither force nor detention would be used against a free man except in accordance with the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. Those are the words from that 1215 version of the Magna Carta. You'll hear a lot tonight. about the impact Magna Carta has had in this country, in both state constitutions and, of course, in the United States Constitution. Since England never adopted a constitution, in some ways the influence of Magna Carta is even greater in this country. Certainly the notions of due process of law and the right to jury trials have developed directly from Magna Carta, as well as separation of powers principles and judicial decision-making on what law is. Some of this is really fascinating historically, I hope you find tonight. For example, when the barons demanded a jury of their peers in Magna Carta, they certainly were not envisioning a jury of commoners. Their peers were clearly other barons. So some of their notions would be a surprise to them if they were here 800 years later and know how we interpret a jury of your peers to include mere commoners. But Magna Carta has become a rallying cry for centuries now regarding what the law of the land requires. And as we debate today current topics like whether the president can legally authorize drone strikes to kill American citizens, we hear citations to Magna Carta even today in legal debates about the power of our president. As many of you know, there was a great ceremony today at Runnymede to celebrate this 800th anniversary. Queen Elizabeth was there, along with the archivist David Ferriero, who is there instead of here, I'm sorry to say, but not sorry for him. I'm sure he had a great time. And many of my colleagues, the president of the American Bar Association, many of my other colleagues from the American Bar Association were there as well. I have to tell you one story about Runnymede, because when I was a student in law school, my last summer before I graduated from law school, I spent in Europe, traveling through Europe, and I decided when I was in England that I would go to Runnymede to see where the Magna Carta had been signed, the original version in 1215. The American Bar Association actually put up the memorial that is there. It was only put up in 1957, so the actual memorial with the plaque was erected in 1957. I hate to admit, but I was there in 1966 while I was still in law school. There was no pathway just in the middle of this field out at Runnymede, so I had hitchhiked up there. I had a Europass for traveling in Europe, but it wasn't good in England, so I had to hitchhike during the time I was in England, and I hitchhiked out to Runnymede, and I rode various rides to get up there, and I had my suitcase with me because I was going to Stratford-on-Avon to see Shakespeare's production and to go to the Globe Theater after I left Runnymede. So I traipsed out there in the middle of this field and saw Runnymede and was somewhat dumbfounded there wasn't more of a production to this whole scene, and it was just in the middle of a field, this small memorial, and I trekked back, and as I'm getting back to go back to the highway, I start sliding down this hill. It was pouring down buckets of rain, sort of like when you came in tonight, only buckets of rain, and I slid down this hill. My suitcase came loose and slid down behind me and then on top of me. So I was really one muddy mess by the time I got to the highway. No one would stop and pick up this muddy mess. Eventually a lorry stopped, and I was able to get in this lorry and get my way back to Stratford-on-Avon. So I have a very vivid memory of Runnymede. So I'm really delighted to be able to participate in this program tonight. The New York Times headline yesterday read, "Magna Carta still posing a challenge at 800. In typical New York Times fashion, there's also an opinion piece yesterday entitled "Stop Revering Magna Carta" by a law professor from the University of Chicago, naturally. He decries some of the myths that have developed about Magna Carta. We will deal with some of those myths during our program tonight, but the National Archives is a very special place to have a discussion about Magna Carta because, as you just heard, the 1297 version of Magna Carta is on display here. I was in this very room the night that David Rubenstein was honored by the National Archives for obtaining, through an auction in New York, the only copy we have in America of the Magna Carta, and for presenting it to the archives so it could be on display. And the archivist, David Ferriero, introduced me to Mr. Rubenstein that night, and it was one of my great thrills in life to meet one of our real American heroes who's really doing something with the $1 billion he made to improve our life of all of us in this country, and certainly preserving the Magna Carta as one of our charters of freedom is something great he's done for this country, I think. So I think I want to stop talking myself and get to our illustrious panel, and I will start as we do chronologically with asking Bruce and Jenny if they will give us, we'll start with Bruce, sort of a historical overview of the run-up to what happened in 1215, and then Jenny will talk more about the actual sealing of the Magna Carta itself in 1215. But Bruce, you want to start?
Well, thank you very much. As I was listening to your anecdote, Judge Lamberth, it struck me that your experience and King John's were not so dissimilar. So you could take some pleasure in that, that you have some empathy for that side. I am, as Julie said, a professor down at Mary Washington, but I'm also the academic lead and chair of the Literary Board of Early English Laws, which is a British state-funded project to publish, re-edit, and translate all early English law up to Magna Carta, including Magna Carta. And the reason I say that is because I think oftentimes people think here, and I don't blame them for it, that Magna Carta just springs from nowhere. Suddenly there's this medieval document that appears and it's very important, and there's not a lot of attention given to what came before, and also not a lot of attention given to what came after until it gets to the colonies, and then it does take on a very vibrant and different kind of life. But the texts that we do in the project, there are 150 of them, are in fact all legal texts that predate Magna Carta. So there's a very vibrant legal culture going on in England up to Magna Carta, and Magna Carta, from that perspective, is just part of it. It's not something out of the blue. It's not something so surprising as a legal text, a text where people try to hash out what they think the law should be. And instead of taking you through all of the weeds of those texts, which are a lot of fun, they're all online, they're all free, instead I'll just talk about, I think, something that leads up to Magna Carta that's quite important, and that is the relationship of monarchs to the law. And because Magna Carta itself is, I think, probably at its core, a rejection of tyranny. It's a statement that kings do not have absolute power, that there are checks on royal authority when royal behavior is bad, that these should be invoked. That is an old tradition, not spelled out with quite the same detail as in Magna Carta, but an old tradition in English law. And I think if you wanted to trace when monarchs really started to be, felt compelled to put promises in writing to their subjects that they will administer the law correctly, they will administer the law fairly, they want their judges to administer the law fairly. You're looking at the 10th century, Edgar, who's king of the end of the 10th century, who is a powerful king, and he is nevertheless someone who makes concessions. And one of them is he begins this practice of promising in his law codes to honor them, honor the very laws, and to not be abusive, not be a bad king. And that practice is followed by subsequent kings. The Scandinavian king, the Viking king who conquered England in the 11th century, Canute, actually creates probably a coronation oath, an oath the kings would take, promising to respect the laws of the land. And in his case, what he was made to promise as part of the deal by which he got England was to honor the laws of Edgar. So again, it's this backward-looking precedent. These are the good old laws, I will honor them. And you can follow that, hopping and skipping all the way up to Magna Carta, even over the Norman conquest in 1066. A dynasty, to call it foreign is wrong because they're cousins. But William the Conqueror fights a battle, kills the king, Harold, and takes over the kingdom. It's always a mistake to have a very centralized government. When they fall very fast. And for hundreds of years, scholars have tried to sort out what happened. And one of the things I think that is interesting in terms of Magna Carta that happens is you see people taking a lot of pains to try to ensure that people feel comfortable that there's been a continuity of law and political power over the conquest, whether rightly or wrongly, whether that reflects reality. They create a concept of the laws of Edward the Confessor. And each king after, from William on, promises to honor those laws. And those are the laws of the last English king. Now, they don't exist. There was no code issued by Edward. But this notion that the Golden Age had produced laws that all English kings should honor is there. And so there again, kings putting themselves under the law, hearing the law from the people and then putting themselves under it. And so one aspect of Magna Carta is that. It's just that you have a king, in this case John, who is put, though the document is from him, so he's sort of saying, I'm happy to do this, but put under the law, and with a lot of safeguards in place in that first Magna Carta. The only other thing I'll add, and this I'll revisit later when we talk, I think, about some of the common misunderstandings of Magna Carta, is that you should keep in mind, with all these legal texts, it's still very hard to know whether any of them is actually official as we would think of a law as official, something that people would go to as a source or reference. There's just a lot of law floating around, and when you look at what happens to Magna Carta afterwards, people start to adjust it, edit it, merge versions of it. It's really very strange. And so I think we tend to see it as this document that appears, it has these rights, and it comes out of nowhere, and it has an influence. Well, there's a long lead up to it, and there is a different context for understanding it that should always sort of be there when we're trying to interpret what it actually meant to people of the time.
That's great. Jenny, you want to talk about how we actually did it?
Well, it's one thing for kings to promise when they're crowned to follow the law, and it's quite another thing for them to do it throughout their reign. And that's where effectively the rubber met the road with Magna Carta, because we come to a particular king, King John, and John is one of only 2 kings in English history never to have a successor named after him. So there's never been a John II, and I can confidently predict there never will be a John II. That name is definitely off the list. You think about when they name a new prince, what are the names in contention? Not John. Now, there really are 2 proximate causes for Magna Carta. One is a foreign policy disaster, and the other is the character of the king. And I would argue that without those 2 factors, we would not have had Magna Carta. So the foreign policy disaster. Bruce mentioned the Norman Conquest. What the Norman Conquest did was to make England a cross-channel empire. So they've got England, and then they've got lands on the continent that they still control. And that's Normandy, where William the Conqueror came from. But over the course of the 12th century, they acquired basically the whole western seaboard of France. So they own basically half of France, which is great for the English, not so good for the French. So there is a standing conflict between the French kingdom and the kings of England. And it is exacerbated by the weird sort of feudal situation that obtains between them, because those lands in France that the English control, they are held of the French king as fiefs. So the French king is actually the overlord of the English king in his capacity as Duke of Normandy, Count of Anjou, etc., etc. Now, this is really a false position for 2 kings to be in regard to each other, because the sovereignties conflict. But they haven't sorted that out in the 12th and 13th centuries. And so it leads to a standing conflict of interest between them. There is fairly constant war between France and England in the French territories that the English control. They're always going back and forth across the border. And so now we come to the reign of John. John takes the throne in 1199 when Richard the Lionheart is killed in really a rather unimportant skirmish in the south of France, in a territory that he controlled. You have John on the throne, and the King of France is immediately going to try to take advantage of the relative instability of the succession to seize some land. But they come to an agreement. Okay? Everything is going to be fine. And then John gets married. And that screws everything up. It's one of the most disastrous marriages in English history. For a number of reasons, but one reason is because of who the bride is, and particularly because of where she comes from. This is Isabel of Angoulême. Angoulême is a small territory in southwestern France. The problem with Angoulême is that it adjoins the county of La Marche. And La Marche was ruled by a family that were constantly rebelling against King John. Now, John did not want the Count of La Marche to marry Isabel of Angoulême. They were engaged. So he wanted to block that marriage because he feared that if these two territories were united, then there would be this big indigestible block of rebel territory in the heart of his French dominions. So he doesn't want this marriage to go forward. So what is his solution? He marries the bride himself. He scoops in, takes the bride, marries her himself, and oh, by the way, they had been postponing this relationship, the Count of La Marche and Isabel, because the bride was 12 years old. But the king marries her anyway. Now, this might have been okay if the king had compensated the Count of La Marche for stealing his fiancée. But John was just the sort of guy not to do that. It would have been much better if he'd say, well, I'm sorry, I took your fiancée, but here is some extra land, here is a payment, it's all good. He didn't do that. He basically thumbed his nose at his own vassal, and that caused the Count of La Marche to appeal to the King of France. Because, of course, the King of France is the overlord of both the Count of La Marche and the King of England. So he appeals to the King of France, and the King of France has just been waiting for an opportunity to do something against King John. And here this is delivered to him on a silver platter. Because, of course, John has violated the rights of his vassal in taking the fiancée without compensation. And so the King of France confiscates the lands that the King of England owns in France. And then he actually makes good on the confiscation by force of arms. And he invades Normandy and he conquers it. Now, the King of England has lost all the land in France, or lots of it, okay? And particularly the land that people actually cared about, Normandy. And this is a complete disaster. Kings of France, or kings of any kingdom, are not supposed to lose land. If anything, you're supposed to increase it, not lose land. And now John is in a bind because he has to try to get the land back. He needs to pay for the reconquest. He can't pay for it because now all of a sudden he's not getting any revenue from that land anymore. So he has to tax England unmercifully in order to pay for the effort to get the land in France back. So he is now in a vicious circle because the more he taxes England, the more they hate him. Okay? But he has to get the land back or he will lose face as king. And it goes on like this for about 10 years. In 1214, he basically makes one last effort to recover the land in France. He gathers together a coalition of continental allies, in particular his nephew, who is a German nobleman. And he's going to do a pincer movement. So his allies are going to come into France from the northeast. And John is going to land in Poitou in the south on the coast. And then they're going to meet up, head towards Paris, and get the King of France sort of in a vice. But it doesn't work, okay, because John is bottled up on the coast. He can never meet his ally, so his ally has to go up against the King of France alone. And there is a battle between the King of France and this German ally, and the French win the battle. And the battle is called the Battle of Bouvines, and all commentators on Magna Carta will agree that there is pretty much a straight line from Bouvines to Runnymede, because the barons in England are basically waiting on the sidelines to see if John is successful. If he is, maybe they'll forgive him all the other stuff he's done. But if he's not, they're done with him. And this battle takes place in July of 1214. In the fall of 1214, the barons are already gathering together to talk about what to do about King John. And by the spring of that year, they are actively discussing some of the issues that end up in the draft of Magna Carta. So that's the foreign policy cause for Magna Carta. But there is also a character cause for Magna Carta, which is the fact that John was detested widely by his barons. He was regarded as untrustworthy, vicious, cruel. He was just the sort of person who you would have to extract promises from because he didn't keep his word. He was basically well known for that. He was somebody who acted arbitrarily. One of the things that he did to raise money for this continual effort to recover land in France was to fine people arbitrarily for offenses that sometimes were real and sometimes invented. He would lend money to people in unrealistic amounts and then have the debt hover over them. And so people were always scared of what John would do. He was very unpredictable. And really just the best example, I think, of the kind of cruelty that John engaged in. He got into a dispute with one of his vassals named William de Brieux. And he actually had the wife and son of this vassal starved to death. Okay? And this was widely known. All the chroniclers of the time report it. Okay? It was widely known. So that was the kind of thing he did. And he also would go around to the castles of his barons and demand to sleep with their wives and daughters. This is the kind of man he was. So this is the kind of person who you would definitely want to promise on parchment that he was going to be a good boy.
Now, Bruce, you mentioned before, it's sort of anomalous that this became such an iconic document in the United States, and I guess part of it, maybe you can also talk about the reinterpretation by Edward Coke and the impact of the English Bill of Rights in this country then. But
sure, it's actually an interesting tale, and it's pretty straightforward. When at one point, strangely, I ended up teaching the American Revolution in graduate school at Yale. Ed Morgan was there, and they were desperate. The Americanists were all off doing work, so he said he'd take anyone who could stand and read, and I could do both. But I had to bone up on American history because it had been a few years. And what I realized in doing that was there was this interesting connection between Magna Carta through the Petition of Right to the Bill of Rights, to the colonial petitions, to the Constitution. And that's actually, I started my students that semester with Magna Carta. They were a little puzzled that that was their first reading. And the reason we see the link is textual. Each of those sources is citing the earlier source. But what happens to it in the 17th century is pretty remarkable. This is England coming out of the Tudor period, which is exactly like the TV show, The Tudors. Oppressive, violent, driven by personal motive. And the Tudors were monarchs who believed in their own power. They thought that they were, in fact, quite the best thing around. And they weren't going to be troubled by the niceties of parliamentary precedents that had been built up over many decades. And they're powerful kings, so they did what they wanted. And Elizabeth is not that much different from her father, Henry. So England in the 1500s is a period where you have a lot of smoldering resentment amongst people who operate in the law, people who operate in the state, not just religious dissenters or Catholics, but these folks. And they began to consider, what they could do. And a lot of them gathered in London. They were associated with the Society of Antiquaries. Sounds very tame, kind of a thing to go, a sleepy place to retire to after your active life. But it actually was a hotbed of revolutionary zeal. And the members there would read old documents. They would read old laws coming back from the Anglo-Saxon period and all the way on through Magna Carta and then laws that have been passed since to try and figure out what their strategy should be. One of them, Edward Coke, ends up as Chief Justice. And he rules in a number of cases in such a way in the 1606 to 1616, somewhere around that's when he serves, in such a way as to reinterpret Magna Carta. Magna Carta is a very narrow partisan document. The people who draw it up benefit from it. The same kind of argument was made about the American Constitution by Charles Beard many years ago. It's partly true and partly not. The barons were very interested in themselves, and so when they talked about people, they were really thinking of well-to-do people. They were thinking of free people, not the unfree. They were thinking of men, not women. That's kind of where they were. And Coke, in changed circumstances and a changed notion of what justice was, rethought it and said, we're going to extend this as a precedent to all men, to all people, not just to, in fact, this very narrow clique. And so in a number of rulings during that period, he did so. That led to, part of that was the Petition of Right, which followed, which was asking the king of the time to, in fact, honor a number of the basic items in Magna Carta that show up there. Those later get expanded on in 1688-89 during the Glorious Revolution to the Bill of Rights, the English Bill of Rights. You can't quarter troops, due process rules. It's all kind of there, all of the legal principles burnt out. And that's what the Americans get, because that's when they're settling. That's when they're coming over and colonizing. They have libraries, they have books, they have Cook's commentaries, they read them, they apprentice at law in the same way that it's a similar kind of way that they do in England. And so they're keenly aware of that tradition. That is their heritage, and it's in their charters. And so, there's this, it's all one culture at that point. And Coke is huge for giving them a new way of thinking about Magna Carta.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Rob, why don't you talk a little about, let's start with Magna Carta's influence on the colonial charters, because that's where it really started here. And go from there to the pre-revolutionary period, I guess. But
okay, so the language of the Magna Carta was reproduced in a number of the colonial charters. In at least one colony, the colonial governor reviewed legislation to make sure that it comported with Magna Carta. In the sort of the discourse, as far as we know of the time, people talked about claiming the same rights that Englishmen had. After the Revolution, they wouldn't speak in those terms, but before the Revolution, they did. So all of that was happening before we had the series of documents that we talk about as our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, and including the Bill of Rights portion. So in the Declaration of Independence, there's an obvious similarity because they're listing a series, or they're creating a series of complaints about the king, and in this case, justifying why they're separating from the king. So the war is just starting. In the Declaration of Independence, there are some statements that refer to not only the Magna Carta, but the lineage of the Magna Carta. For example, when it says that the king has created a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution, the writers are talking about how the principle of the authority being subject to law was not being followed. And of course, our Constitution didn't mean a specific document. It meant all of the principles and customs that English law followed. So that's the Declaration of Independence. In the Constitution itself, there are several references that also connect to the Magna Carta. The first one is in Article 1, listing out the powers of the national legislature, where it says that the privilege of habeas corpus will not be suspended except by Congress and except in very limited circumstances. I should explain just really briefly that habeas corpus is a form of pleading in which you request to be brought before a court so that you can show that you're unjustly confined by the state. So that's why a lot of people talk about habeas corpus as sort of the most basic right as against the government, because it allows you, no matter what the circumstances of your confinement, to come in and say this fact of confinement is unlawful and I must be released. So you go back to Article 39 that Judge Lamberth mentioned earlier that says that no one will be taken or the king will not go against anyone except by law of the land. And so the law of the land meant that if the confinement was unjust, then you ought to be able to appeal it. You ought to be able to seek relief from it. And this was true whether you were simply captured by the government, whether you had been tried and convicted and had exhausted all of your appeals so that appeals were no longer possible, whether you were captured and not charged with anything. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but that's the situation of the Guantanamo detainees today. And when we talk about the legacy of the Magna Carta in our time, I'll say more about that. But so habeas corpus is a form of pleading, and it is the procedure that allows many state detainees to go free, both in England in earlier times and right through to today. So in Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, there is this provision that states the importance of habeas corpus, which connects to Magna Carta, as I've said, and says that it can't be suspended except in very limited circumstances. Then there are the provisions granting a speedy trial, trial by jury, and due process. All of those are reproduced in the Bill of Rights part of the Constitution. So there are two due process clauses in the U.S. Constitution, both the 5th and the 14th Amendment. So the 5th was adopted as part of the original Bill of Rights, the 14th Amendment after the Civil War. Both refer to due process, and again, we'll say more about this later, but due process is another way of saying law of the land. Incidentally, if you want to talk about how the Magna Carta continues to influence law today, and I literally mean today, Julie told me earlier that the Supreme Court ruled this morning on a case called Kerry v. Dinn, and that they cite the Magna Carta for this very principle, that due process means law of the land. So the due process clause has a direct textual connection to the Magna Carta. And then, of course, there's the right to jury trial, because Article 39 and 40 say that you can't be imprisoned or punished except by lawful judgment of your peers or by law of the land, and that to no one will be delay or deny justice. So each of these refers to trial by jury, respectively, and the right to a speedy trial as well. So these are provisions in the Bill of Rights. So you see that in the Constitution itself, we've enacted language that operationalizes these guarantees that are set forth in the Magna Carta, and they become directly part of our law. And of course, since we do have a written constitution, unlike Britain, right, so lawyers will cite to these provisions and even use these rights as a source of an action many times in court.
And Bruce, I take it that a number of state constitutions enacted at that time did the same, relied on language from the Magna Carta and the English Bill of Rights.
It's certainly in a lot of the colonial statutes and charters. It's in a lot of the charters, and is something that through the 1600s is well known to all throughout the colonies, Georgia all the way up to New Hampshire. So yeah, this is something that is, again, I don't think it's all that different initially than what someone in England might have felt. But it's the increasing alienation of the colonies that gives it more freight, because they start going back to these, because those are the things that are challenged by the English monarchs. And they say, well, hold on, what is our charter? And it starts to actually take on a new life for them.
Good. You also, Bruce, were talking about the myth of the Magna Carta. Let's talk a little more about what the myth is.
Well, a couple things to say here. One, myth is not a bad word, right? Myth is, I was reading the op-eds today, partly out of vanity. I got to do an op-ed for the first time. No one asks medievalists to do op-eds. So this is it. This was it, I was seeing there's a lot of very similar kinds of things, but people were talking about the myth, and I don't think I used myth, and as if it were a bad thing, that I'm going to expose this document as something like a fairy tale. Well, myth actually isn't that. It's a powerful story in some way. It's something that maybe takes on power outside of its mere words. You could say the Bible has mythic qualities to it. This is fine. So when I use myth, I'm meaning it in that sense. I think we tend to, as Americans, miss some things about Magna Carta that are kind of, they're in the footnotes, so to speak. But they're the kind of interesting things that I think make it come to life. And these, instead of demythologizing it, I think you just keep these things in mind and say, well, this is a human product. Human society is complex, and what it produces is a reflection of that. Well, Magna Carta is a statement of principles, about due process. Robert was talking about due process, the key one, chapter 39. But it also includes several chapters. Chapter is just, might be 20 words that describe something, that draw their text from a early 12th century forgery by Geoffrey of Monmouth, which is about the kings of Britain and Arthur. And this is what people are reading, and they're reading it in Latin, they're reading it in translation. It's available in French at the time, and somehow words make it into the final document. So that's kind of interesting. And then the second is that a number of the key principles about the king being just are first found not in the various drafts and documents of the barons. We can actually track their process of writing Magna Carta. It's really fantastic. You can't do that with many documents. But the earliest document where we see that stuff taking form is something called the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum. It is a forgery. It claims to be the laws of Edward the Confessor, which it is not. And someone has put in Arthur, who is a great legislator and conqueror, has put in all these maxims about how kings ought to be just and ought to rule by right, and a king who does not rule by right is no king at all, and so on. But it's a forgery that they're including it into. I don't know if they know it isn't a law code per se. So that's kind of interesting. The most radical parts of the Magna Carta get cut out. So we get the stuff that, through the tests of time, which means politics, the things that survive through politics, like due process and jury trial, we get those now. But at the time, Magna Carta had a clause for enforcement that was quite revolutionary. The barons would form a council, and when the king misbehaved, they would basically appoint a posse to go after him and rustle his cattle. Or that's the process called distraint. We're going to take a lot of your property until you behave, John. And so they have that all worked out. And John agrees to that. Now, that gets cut out immediately. War starts. But, that's a remarkable thing. It's pretty remarkable what survives, but that's even more remarkable. And then the last thing I alluded to earlier, we tend to think, because we're a very text-oriented constitutional culture, as Robert has mentioned, the British don't have a constitution, and it works out okay over there. They've done all right over the centuries. But we think it's very important to have everything in writing. And so we think of writing as here are the words. Here is what the king and the barons agreed. These are what was said. Well, if you look at what happened to Magna Carta after it was issued, so 1215, they agree to it, gets sealed. Copies are ordered to be sent out. Then they're immediately annulled by the Pope, who basically considers John a vassal. 1216, it gets reissued as a way to end the Civil War. 1217, and then 1225 is the big one, and then there's the one in the 30s, and the one in the 50s maybe. It gets reissued a bunch of times with different chapters. And that's confusing enough, because there is no point where someone says, well, hold on, that's the old edition. You can't cite that in court. Creative scribes began to combine them, taking the parts they liked and dumping the parts they didn't. So anyone walking into a library and say 1230 and saying, well, I've heard about Magna Carta in Rome. I came all the way to see what a fantastic, well, they say which version? We have like 30 or 40 different versions of it. And they didn't sort out which king had signed it for 500 years. They thought it was Henry III, not John. And so again, it's in Cook's day, or actually after Cook, it's in the 1700s that they sort that out. So it's a document, but not kind of like our Constitution in that sense.
You had some skepticism, Jenny, about whether it's worked better in England or here.
Oh, I don't know if this is the occasion for that when we're all talking about Anglo-American friendship today. So.
Rob, you want to talk about the myth?
Sure. I mean, as Bruce was saying, there are a lot of different dimensions to myth and a lot of different ways of understanding what a myth is. But in one specific sense, people have written. Edward Jenks in 1904 wrote an article basically saying that this was not a document that spoke for the common people. This was not an origin of cherished rights. It was simply an agreement between one wealthy person and a group of other wealthy people. And I mean, it's pretty clear that you can't disagree with that on those specific terms. But like the U.S. Constitution, we have a constitutional culture that incorporates a number of myths, including the myth that we were born a free nation, right? There were some people who were very much unfree when the nation was born. So I guess my take on the question of the myth is that it's undoubtedly correct to say that there are a number of mythic things about the Constitution, but that for...
Sort of like the myth that all men are created equal.
Right.
Did not include
exactly
certain people.
Right, Judge Lambert. So yeah, but at the same time, we can utilize that myth, and it can still shape our law, and we can move toward a position in law that's actually closer to what the myth was stating.
I had another question I wanted to ask all the panelists, and that is, what do you think is the continuing influence of Magna Carta today? And we'll talk about some specific things, for example, executive action. Rob, you want to talk about that one first?
Yes. So first of all, I mean, there are some real concrete, specific questions today about executive action that force us to ask really what is the executive subject to law, which is the basic thrust of Article 39, right, that the authority is subject to law. You can take the example of drone strikes, for example. This is a due process question in the sense that something's being taken away from people, namely their lives, without a hearing, without any kind of judicial ruling, but simply as a result of internal deliberations within the executive branch. So the Obama administration has explained that to them, due process doesn't always mean judicial process. In other words, due process is a flexible concept. Any lawyer will tell you that, but that in fact it's so flexible that it can be stretched to say that you can deprive someone of their life without going to a court. The deliberations that suffice to be due process can take place completely outside of a court and without any judicial official being involved. And this is something I think we need to talk very seriously about, because what does due process mean if the executive can take life without a trial? I mean, that sort of directly contradicts what Article 39 says.
The barons certainly didn't think that's what they were doing with King John, did they?
I think they would have had a problem with that, yes. And then there's something that some legal theorists talk about, which is a state of emergency or state of exception. So back in the earlier 20th century, Carl Schmitt came up with this theory of the state of exception and basically said that there was always a space beyond law in which the executive had to operate at certain times. And so the executive was normally bound by the restrictions of the Constitution in a constitutional republic, but that sometimes that state of things had to be suspended, and we moved into this other space beyond rules, beyond constraint for the executive. Obviously, this is a fundamental problem of legal theory, because once you say the executive is not bound by law, not only are you going against this core principle of the Magna Carta, but you're also in a sort of, there are no limits, essentially. Some legal scholars have struggled with this idea, trying to come up with a model of what would an emergency constitution look like. Bruce Ackerman has said that we could have an emergency constitution that kicks in at a certain point, and it would suspend certain kinds of limits on executive power, and then for it to continue, it would have this is quite a mouthful, but a supermajoritarian escalator, which is classic academic jargon, but it's not a thing in a shopping mall. It's actually a principle that says the longer the state of exception goes on, the larger the supermajority that has to approve it. So scholars have grappled with this idea, and particularly after September 11th, if there's going to be a state of exception, an emergency constitution, what triggers it, how long does it last, what rules apply? And it's one of these tantalizing problems, because once you admit that there are no limits, how do you put limits back in? So that's the sort of one of the conundra of executive authority in our time, looking back to this basic principle of authority is subject to law.
That's an excellent answer. I appreciate that. Jenny, talk about jury trial and how Magna Carta is obviously, from my opening comments,
well,
I think it's had a great influence in this country.
It actually belongs sort of in the category of the myths of Magna Carta because the word jury does not appear anywhere in Magna Carta. So the idea that Clause 39 of Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury is actually a much later interpretation of Magna Carta. That's not what anybody thought in 1215. It's a really interesting example of how two phenomena can coincide in time and then over a period of time actually coalesce. So what you have is Magna Carta being agreed to in 1215, and that very year you have a huge event in the Catholic Church called the Fourth Lateran Council, where Pope Innocent III, who annulled Magna Carta, gathered together a huge assembly of bishops and other church leaders and hashed out a number of very important issues before the church at the time. And one of the things that they did was to ban clerical participation in the judicial ordeal. Now, probably a lot of you have heard of the ordeal. This is where people are forced to walk across hot coals or hold hot irons or be thrown in the water, and if the water accepts them, if they sink, then they're innocent. If the water rejects them and they float, then they're guilty. Now, of course, you have to fish them out in time if they're innocent before they drown. This is something that people make fun of now. I mean, there's a wonderful scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail about the judicial ordeal. But this was very serious business in 1215. A lot of decisions about guilt or innocence across Europe were made on this basis. And the church had grown uncomfortable with it and withdrew its approval. And this almost immediately caused the ordeal to wither on the vine. And they needed something else to put in place in order to decide guilt or innocence in criminal cases. Now, interestingly, on the continent, what they came up with was the inquisitorial process. In England, they went in a different direction. By the way, that involves torture. Right? In England, they never embraced torture. Instead, what they came up with as a fix was the jury trial. So juries had been around for other purposes for many years. They were fact-finding bodies. They had been used by William the Conqueror, for example, after the conquest, to try to figure out what did he have in the Doomsday Inquest, where he went around and found out what all the land was and how much it was worth. That was run on the system of local juries. So juries get co-opted to take the place of the judicial ordeal. And over time, people start to assume that the clause about judgment by your peers refers to trial by jury. Okay? But that's not, in fact, how it was interpreted in 1215, because there was no right to a jury trial. There were no jury trials in 1215. So that's one of the signal myths of Magna Carta. By the 14th century, people are making that connection, and by the 17th century, with Cook and other commentators, people are flat out saying that Magna Carta guarantees the right to a trial by jury.
And from the beginning of our country, then, we really did believe
Absolutely.
in trial by jury.
Absolutely believed that that was a guaranteed right as of Magna Carta. It's not in there.
And what about speedy trial?
Well, Clause 40 of Magna Carta says that to no one will we deny or delay justice. So this is the idea that you have to get your judgment in a reasonably speedy fashion. And it is an outgrowth of the sort of things that John would do, which is to imprison people sometimes for years without judgment. And he would do this basically to extort more and more money out of the person concerned and out of their family. So one of the really interesting things that you can do in reading Magna Carta is to see what King John was actually doing by what he was being told not to do. And this the speedy trial is definitely
That was certainly one
of
them,
those.
Right. Rob, talk a little more about habeas corpus, because that's really, in this country, has turned out to be extremely important, certainly from Guantanamo point of view, but other points of view in this country. Habeas is the key to the judiciary deciding a lot of things in this country.
Yes, we can go through U.S. history and find conflicts where habeas corpus figured very prominently. During the years preceding the Civil War, habeas corpus was used both to return slaves to their captors and sometimes for slaves to be freed and sometimes for slave catchers to be freed. In Prigg, Pennsylvania, actually the slave catcher was prosecuted under a law prohibiting kidnapping, and then he sought relief through habeas corpus, saying my prosecution, my confinement are fundamentally unjust because Pennsylvania did not have the authority to pass this law. It interferes with fugitive slave enforcement in the Constitution. So habeas corpus is this very powerful tool, but like any other tool, it can be used for different ends. And then when we jump ahead to the Warren Court in the 1950s, the Warren Court broadens access to habeas corpus as part of a more general project of increasing access to the judicial system, political process, striking down, as everyone knows, state-enforced racial segregation. In one particular case, Justice Brennan refers directly to the Magna Carta and how it has been functioning differently in our system with a written constitution than it did in the British system, that in both systems habeas corpus would be a sort of a key component of protecting liberty that came from the Magna Carta. Some historians say Justice Brennan got the history wrong. Maybe he did. But the point is that frequently when habeas corpus is being interpreted, applied, discussed, there is this connection to the Magna Carta being made. Then in the Rehnquist years, the court restricted access to habeas corpus in some ways. There's a very well-known case, Herrera v. Collins, where a prisoner was scheduled to be executed and claimed that he could prove that he was innocent. So he sought to make a showing in court via habeas corpus that he was innocent. He was denied that opportunity. He was executed. The dissent was very angry in the case. Justice Scalia actually said that actual innocence in our law is not a reason that entitles you to habeas corpus. In other words, Scalia was saying if the trial was fair and you're not complaining about the trial, you're not entitled to a habeas corpus hearing because you've discovered evidence later on. I mean, that's a very controversial statement, but it shows how habeas corpus has been contested, how there's been somewhat of a pendular movement between broadening and then constricting. And then finally, scholars have noted a similarity between the way habeas corpus was manipulated by English kings and the way the Bush administration manipulated it in this specific way by moving a prisoner out of the realm, so to speak, right? The writ of habeas corpus wouldn't reach to them. And so we're talking about taking someone, at least until the Supreme Court said that the Constitution reached Guantanamo Bay, that was a strategy that could be effective. So habeas corpus is not available if you're not in the realm, just as it was not when the English kings moved prisoners out of the realm. And then this brings us up to the 2008 case of Boumediene v. Bush, which is kind of what got me interested in looking at these Magna Carta U.S. Constitution connections in the first place. So Boumediene was a case where Guantanamo Bay detainees were requesting the right to make a habeas corpus petition and had been denied. And in that case, Justice Kennedy cited the Magna Carta directly, said the Magna Carta via habeas corpus was this very important mechanism by which people could protest their unlawful confinement by the government. So there is a real practical legal effect to the continued citation of the Magna Carta, because it's a way of putting a check on the executive, and it happens in 2008. One of the other things, if you read the oral arguments in not only Boumediene but the other detainee cases that were decided in a couple of years earlier, is that you see there's a question about habeas corpus and exactly how it's used. So when you make a petition, right, so the return is a hearing at a later date when the government comes in and shows their reasons why they've detained the prisoner. Well, what happens if the government says, we've detained the prisoner pursuant to our executive authority, we've detained the prisoner for treason, we've detained the prisoner because the prisoner is a threat to the security of the country? Is that enough? Is that showing enough? Or is there something more that has to be done? Or can then the prisoner respond? So as important a tool as habeas corpus is to protect and secure and sometimes gain liberty, it is also very important to know exactly how it functions. And that was something that was contested by some of the administration lawyers as they talked about how the habeas corpus petition should proceed. And then, of course, after Boumediene was decided in 2008, there were a large number of hearings where, because just getting the right to make a showing that you should be freed doesn't mean that you're going to be freed. And in fact, most of the petitioners weren't. But the years following 2008, up until recently, there was litigation where petitions were made, petitions were denied, the denial was appealed, and so forth. So that's not a particularly happy story in terms of liberty because most of the petitions were unsuccessful. But again, it does show that we're still talking about and trying to come to terms with this tool of protecting individual rights now.
All right, that's a good segue to our final segment of the panel. We do want to take questions from the audience, and we'll be happy to answer questions. The panelists will. I may not. I will if you ask. But first, I would like to say thank you for a terrific discussion for the panelists. Please join me in thanking all of the panelists. For the questions, if you will come down to one of the microphones, or someone will hand you a microphone, well, I would appreciate it, so we can make sure that our audience who's not here in the auditorium also hears the question. And you can direct it to a panelist or to the panel in general, whatever you prefer. You can start.
Was the position of the Church of England affected in any way by Magna Carta?
Yes. The first clause of Magna Carta guarantees the liberty of the church. And it actually grew out of a huge controversy earlier in John's reign. John had refused to accept a candidate for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and this had ended up before the Pope to resolve, and the Pope had imposed his own candidate, Stephen Langton, as Archbishop, and John would not allow this Archbishop into the kingdom. This was probably, on the whole, a bad move on John's part because the Archbishop of Canterbury was ultimately accepted after an interdict, 7 years when the church went on strike in England and no masses could be said, and finally John had to cave, and he actually surrendered the kingdom to the hands of the Pope as a fief. But Stephen Langton, that Archbishop, he eventually had to accept him. And Stephen Langton was right there at Runnymede, and he was probably the author of the first clause of Magna Carta that insisted on the liberty of the church, and what that meant was hands off of elections to bishoprics. So it was, in a sense, it was a very self-interested clause from the Archbishop of Canterbury's point of view, but that clause is still in force in England today. There are only 3.5 clauses of Magna Carta that are still on the books in England. All the others have been repealed, but the liberty of the church is still part of English law to this day.
And an important part of our Bill of Rights as well.
Can I just add as an appendix?
Sure.
You know, that the issue, that confrontation of church and state was something that there had been a lot of practice with. Going back many centuries, the earliest English law code we have from around the year 600 has protection of the clergy in there and trying to sort out what their relationship is to the state. But in the 12th century alone, leading up to Magna Carta, there were archbishops who went into exile, most famously Becket, who was then murdered by enthusiastic knights. And that was also a moment that prompted a lot of soul searching about English law, because that's when we have the bulk of our 12th century manuscripts of law produced. And I think it's just in response to Henry saying, I know what the laws are, and Becket saying, I know what the laws are. People start to look. And so they're trying to figure out what the liberty of the church is, how much freedom should it have, and how do you get a king who is otherwise out hunting, to actually honor these promises.
My question over here.
The title of this panel is Magna Carta and the Constitution, but most countries have constitutions. Can you talk a little bit about the effect of Magna Carta on the constitutions of other countries?
I couldn't. Maybe the panelists can.
Well, one thing that's actually quite interesting is the impact of Magna Carta via the English Bill of Rights on the European Constitution. And there's a tremendous irony at the heart of this because a lot of these English rights inspired the creators of the European Union. And of course, what's happening in Britain right now, they're actively talking about withdrawing from the European Union. And one of the things that they're concerned about right now is the Human Rights Act in Britain, which is a provision that regulates appeals to the European Human Rights Court. And they're trying to repeal it and institute a new provision that puts everything on a basis that stays in Britain so that they have no connection to what's going on the continent. So there's a tension here where you've got the British who inspired the Europeans trying to get out of the European construct altogether. So Magna Carta has had some interesting effects around the world.
Your question does raise one other thing in my mind, and that is the controversy in our own Supreme Court about whether they should ever cite foreign law. But apparently Magna Carta is not considered foreign law since they cited it today. Question over here.
Well, just to comment just quickly on the irony, I mean, to me, I mentioned it to the speaker this afternoon, that you have to essentially be strip searched to come to view these documents that actually are supposed to be about our freedom is rather ironic to me. But regarding the build-up to...
I think that's a terrific comment, but it is society today.
Well, and I was actually talking with the speaker this afternoon about just the working hypothesis that I've come to, having had everything that I've owned taken from me over the last 4 years by police or state or county enforcing laws that either didn't exist or were not based on data. But the question or comment I have is regarding the lands that were taken in coastal France. And then you were commenting about the money that was coming to England from those lands. And I'm always thinking about resources. So was that a fishery issue, in that the fisheries that were very productive in the coast of France, was that the money that was actually supplying John or England with resources to do what they were doing?
Not primarily.
No, okay.
I mean, these were actual tax revenues that were coming into the treasuries in these different French domains. So there was a treasury in Normandy, there was a treasury in Anjou, and that money was now going to the treasury in Paris instead of to England.
Well, I guess my question, though, is the taxes were being levied on what production of goods? Was it coming from, I guess, farmlands as well as coastal fisheries?
Mostly land, and other kinds of trade.
And I'm coming at this because while I was defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak in 2013, I was reading a book called The Mortal Sea, and it was a history of the North Atlantic fisheries, and it was actually starting in 900 AD because the author was making the point that by that time, the onshore fisheries in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe had been depleted due to human innovation, and that was actually when coastal fisheries were actually starting to develop. And so he's tracking this development of the progression of the depletion of the fisheries, starting in the eastern Atlantic, moving to the North Atlantic, and then progressing into the Western Atlantic. And it's interesting.
There's a question
he notes,
there somewhere, right?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Well, he's just noting that in this, when the fisheries were depleted to the point where the Western Atlantic was being affected, interesting thing in the colonies was there were laws that were basically regulating the fisheries. The irony was those laws were passed by the biggest profiters of the fisheries, and therefore the fisheries continued to decline. And he notes that by the 1800s, the King of England then commissioned a study of the scientific community in England to figure out what they could do. They looked at their research, they came back to the king, and they said, you know, there's nothing we can do. The people fishing have to regulate themselves. And he notes that the King of England at that time put his stamp of approval on that. And so it was ironic to me. I'm reading this while I'm defending myself to North Carolina Superior Court on charges against me because I was building an oyster reef for free using my kayak, which those charges were ultimately dropped because the state had no data to support closing all these waters. It's just ironic that we live in a culture that's so wealthy. More and more what I'm seeing is, like the Magna Carta, the laws typically are the result of people being sedentary because of their wealth, and therefore there's actually cognitive consequences due to being sitting that creates a lot of fear. And that's something that's at play, I think, especially with 9/11 and these drone strikes and more, especially with our country. Just
Okay,
thoughts.
we got the point. Let me go to the question over here. Go ahead.
Hi, my question is about the signers of the Magna Carta and the number of them and whether that number changes. Are there more Baron families added? Do the sons as Barons die off, do the sons sign off on these different versions of the Magna Carta? I'm trying to do I haven't really found the direct genealogy link yet, but there seems to be, I'm tracing a family right now in particular, and so I have a question around the signers.
Well, I think the farther back you go, the better your chances are of being connected to people who matter. It's pretty easy, I think, for most Americans to somehow hook up into the lower nobility by the 1400s and then to potentially be descendants of one of these barons. There's an organization, of the Barons and Dames of Magna Carta, I think is what it's called. It's an international organization. Oh. And you might want to consult with them because they see it as their task to keep tabs and to verify who is connected. And each time Magna Carta gets reconfirmed, you have new signatories. So in 1225, when it comes out, and that's the official version, that's the one that's trimmed down, the king's okay with it, and it's the one that gets trotted out every time. Only 3 of the barons who had originally signed 1215 are alive to sign, and they're, I think, sons of 3 others, and that's it. So, but it's a whole new batch. But I don't know if they count. You'd have to actually talk to the organization. I think it's just 1215 is all they care about. Maybe there should be like separate organizations for each engrossment. They could have a big jamboree every summer.
That's a great answer. Yes, sir.
I was at the Jefferson Memorial the other day and reading one of those tableaus, quotes from Jefferson in the memorial, and I'll make a hash of it, but be brief, that in a letter to a Virginian, he said that laws that do not change would be the same as a man putting on a coat that he wore as a boy. And being also a liberal arts student and knowing that Wikipedia is the authority on all things, I wanted to ask the notion of the strict constructionists or which used to be called originalists according to Wikipedia, that how could you not see the Magna Carta seemed from listening to you like a negotiating document as a basis, as you said, Judge, about what you could tell by what it was in there, what King John was doing. So that's where I'm a little confused about how you could have such a wide gulf between this idea of negotiation that changes versus these are words that are iron-bound and, and I can tell what somebody 200 years ago had in their head. You can tell my position. I did enjoy your comments on that.
Can I leap into that? I'm a historian. I'm not a lawyer, and this actually taps the great divide between how we see things. Historians look at these laws from the past and we say these are artifacts. And they worked in their culture in different ways. And historians look at Magna Carta and they see a whole series of documents there were negotiations, there were interpretations, misinterpretations, reinterpretations, all kinds of strange things going on perfectly fine in history. The moment you say, but this needs to be the foundation for things we do in the present, and the present is a moving target, that's when you run into problems. But that's essentially what law does. And it works in a system of precedent. So, if you talk to an audience of historians, they'd all nod and say, absolutely, we're on your team. Talk to lawyers and they say, well, they're, even if they're not strict constructionists, they say, well, you do have some problems because how then can law provide the stability and predictability that is part of due process, which is one of these great things that we have in our system. And so they don't see the historical way out of that. And historians don't actually know how to advise lawyers either on how to take this into account. I'm as a legal historian, I go to conferences and they're evenly divided. They're the lawyers, the historians, and we all talk to one another and nobody really understands one another. So, I mean, and the matter of originalism, I mean, the op-ed I wrote for today was taking a shot at that, but it's a standard historical shot that basically Cook reinterprets it. That's a good thing. He reuses the words in different ways, and none of us should be unhappy with that. And that's simply how language operates. But I do think that what the labels that you're talking about are inventions of the present. It's just ways we have of sorting out something that's inherently messy and doesn't work. I mean, that's the great message of Magna Carta at 800 is, so what are you going to show me for the next 800? Because there's a lot of work left undone, and the judicial system, especially in criminal law, is as imperfect as it ever was. I don't see a great advance, but I'm looking at it for several thousand years.
But as the historian says, if you took what Cook said, if you were a strict constructionist, you couldn't accept a lot of those things Cook said. And yet we have for the last 200 years in our country.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there is an image of Edward Cook on the bronze doors into the Supreme Court chamber.
That's right.
Have it removed. Replaced with
There'd
Stephen
be at least
Langton.
one vote for that.
Can I jump into that?
Yeah.
This goes to the reason I went like this earlier and was skeptical about the British Constitution. There are two ways that you can change with the times, legally speaking. You can change the law or you can change the interpretation of the law. And there are two different ways you can go with that. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to our Constitution versus the British Constitution, in scare quotes, that is basically whatever they say it is at any particular time. Their system is far more flexible than ours. It's very malleable. They can change very big things about their system of government, basically with a majority vote in the House of Commons. 1999, they got rid of all but 92 hereditary peers in the House of Lords. Boom, like that. All they needed was a Labor majority to do that. So, Lord, whoever, your family's been sitting in the House of Lords for 700 years, too bad. They created a Supreme Court. They hadn't had one. They created an entire branch of government, basically, like that. Vote in the House of Commons. We have only amended our Constitution 27 times, and 10 of those amendments were done in the first 2 years, right? So it's a very, very different way of proceeding. What we have to do, if we want to change with the times, is to see things in our Constitution that nobody knew were there at the time. And that's really where the argument
That's right. Your question.
the seeds and evolution you've described of the limit of power on government through English, this history and consequent colonial and American culture, are there any other examples of this throughout the world of a people or a government submitting to such limitations? Or is this sort of a unique English culture thing?
It wasn't unique at the time, in fact. The period of the early 13th century was a period when a lot of charters of liberties were being issued. You can see them in Spain at the time, in Poland. So this was a trend around Europe at the time. The thing is that all the others basically went by the boards. The English one is the only one that remained salient. So it was the sort of lone survivor of a trend that was very operative.
I will add to that. I mean, from my point of view, as a judge appointed for life who can do whatever I think is right, you know, I see foreign judges who come to visit in Washington, and I try to describe our American system of justice to them. And they all have great constitutions, and they all have lots of things on paper that sound terrific. But push comes to shove, if they can be replaced by the king or the ruler of the country easily, it has to affect how they rule in cases. We've never impeached a judge in our history for how they ruled in a case. We've been fortunate. There was an effort to do it one time with the Supreme Court justice. It failed. And we've never impeached a judge because of how they ruled in a case. They have only been impeached when they got in some other trouble. As we know, sometimes that happens. But judges are free to do what they think is right. And it's an independence of our judiciary that really doesn't exist in many countries, so that whatever they have in their constitution, or whether they have something like the Magna Carta, is really less important than the way their judiciary functions and whether it has independence. So from my point of view, one of the most important things of our system of justice and separation of powers that started with the Magna Carta and empowering judges to decide when the king is violating the law, our system of justice ensures that we have that independence, which I think is one of the geniuses of our system.
Can I add, as an appendix to that, the place where I'd start to look for the explanation, because I was thinking about this as you were talking, and it's very marked difference in systems, is that all of continental Europe in the Middle Ages and early modern period ends up following the Justinianic Code, which also gets shipped out to weird places like South Africa and so on. And it's an autocratic system. It's a system that operates very top-down, where the English system, if we can talk about their constitution being flexible now, you know, what was it back in the Middle Ages? It was, you know, kings negotiated with barons. There were frequent rebellions and civil wars, not as bad as the Spanish, but and there were moments of autocracy. But in the end, the whole legal system is founded on judicial precedent, really. You know, so there must be something in that explains why this particular Charter of Liberties lasts, and not just that England had better librarians who kept copies.
I think that's right. Yes, sir.
That's sort of along the lines of the question I was going to ask, which would be, given the fact that during this period, you know, of late medieval history, there were a lot of people trying to use law for different purposes. I've read that the rulers were typically fostering the start of the study of canon law and fostering the origin of the universities, in part to use the rule of the church's law to help justify their own rule. But what was in it for the English barons at this time that caused them, even though bad King John, as we call him, was so very bad, what do you think prompted them to turn to law in this case, as opposed to the usual solution, which was to go sack his castles and burn and choose another king the old-fashioned way?
I've written on this. I thought it suitably obscure, but you've asked the question. And the difference is the English develop, and you don't see this anywhere in continental Europe, a literature of complaint that is founded on law. And so the way you complain about a monarch is with legal texts. And, you know, that tends to be the focus. and you also produce legal texts as part of that. And so I study what are called Anglo-Norman legal apocrypha. If that doesn't put you to sleep, nothing will. And what that means is texts whose authority is unknown and produced in the post-conquest period. And there are forgeries and frauds, and they are loved by the English, and especially after Becket, the English who are resentful of the king, I think it's the bishops, are making copies of these and then using them to argue their cases. Not in the sense of they're citing it, but they're getting fuel to the fact that things, if the king is going to point to the past and say, that's the way I am, we have the evidence against him. So that's how they begin to complain to monarchs. And I think that actually plays in. The text I mentioned earlier, the Laws of the English, the Leges Anglorum, is produced in 1206 probably. And it's people, some of the same people involved in the Magna Carta debate have chosen the vehicle of this huge compendious list of all the laws of England translated into Latin, into which they've inserted principles that they want to govern things. That is their big strike. It doesn't go anywhere. And then you end up with the developments in the Civil War and Magna Carta.
Let me just add to that once King John repudiates Magna Carta, the barons do choose an alternate claimant to the throne. They actually offer the throne to Prince Louis of France, who is the son of the King of France, who had had the whole conflict with John in the first place. And they invite Prince Louis of France onto English soil with a French army and attempt to depose King John. So if you're not going to follow the law, we're going to replace you. And that's something that the English do repeatedly. And the last time they do it is with the Glorious Revolution. And when James II, the Stuart king, is deposed, and one of the reasons that he's deposed is because he interferes with the independence of the judiciary. That's one of the things that really, it's a straw that breaks the camel's back when he tries to fire justices for ruling against the king.
One last question over here.
Yeah, hi, Elaine Middleman.
Elaine.
Hi, Judge Lamberth. Former Chief Judge Lamberth, I should say. I recently was in a conversation with another lawyer. The Supreme Court has a case called Garcetti, which limited employee speech under the First Amendment. And this lawyer just had argued a case in the Connecticut Supreme Court, and I was reading about it, and the Connecticut judges said, well, we're going to have a higher standard than the federal. And I just thought that was pretty shocking. And I was wondering if the Magna Carta made some distinction between state constitutions and laws and federal.
In its origins, no. I mean, because it is just a statement about the realm, however fuzzy its borders. How it gets used, I don't know. I mean, is there anything about state interpretations versus federal interpretations or uses of Magna Carta?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, when you think about, I mean, this is more broadly about state versus federal law. I mean, one of the metaphors that's used is that the state can set a higher ceiling but not a lower floor. So a state can give rights beyond what the federal government requires but can't set the level of rights lower. So this is more responding just to how this happens in U.S. law. But I think it happens because we have this strong tradition of states' rights and that states are sensitive about what they're let alone to do.
Good. Well, on behalf of all of us in the audience, I want to thank Rob and Jenny and Bruce for a very enlightening discussion. I also want to thank all of you hardy souls for showing up on a night like this. So I commend you for being here. I didn't think there'd be that much interest in Magna Carta, so I'm glad to see you all here.
He had an ex-wife, and he made Isabel of Angoulême and the first wife live together under the same roof. That was the sort of charming fellow he was. When Isabel of Angoulême, when King John died, Isabel of Angoulême returned to France, never mentioned King John again, and married the son of the original fiancé. Not joking, really happened.
new to have women that the women of my generation did not invent the wheel. In the past, women might not have had jobs that fit those descriptions.
I started on this quest about women in history really as a result of growing up with my mother. And many of you knew her, Lindy Boggs. I watched when I was growing up here in post-World War II Washington, the women, my mother and her cohorts, running everything.
Cokie Roberts has been a fabulous author, journalist, historian, and has spent countless hours devoted to the National Archives and our programming and our ambitions. I'm just glad we at the Archives, who appreciate her, is recognizing her tonight.
First, let us establish that Cokie Roberts is something very special in our country. She has been able to take a life of public service that she was raised in, and through her presentation, through her writing, have it be understood and appreciated by many more people. That's a gift.
Journalism is the first draft of history. And certainly she wrote the first draft of history in many places and in many stories that she covered. But unlike most of us, she also wrote the second, third, fifth, and 10th draft of history when she began writing books about important, mainly women figures who had been uncovered for centuries.
You can't leave half of the human race out of history. It's basically inaccurate history. I thought it was terribly important to write about and educate people about the contributions of these women, but also just what they were thinking and doing in everyday life. You get a much, much fuller picture of American life through the letters of women. Women's letters are just so much better than men's letters. Abigail's lively letters serve as snapshots of the times, as well as frank renditions of her own fears and fortunes. She once told John, "My pen is always freer than my tongue. I have written many things to you that I suppose I never could have talked."
She is constantly reminding us of language in the letter from Abigail Adams to John Adams in 1776, reminding her husband, who is in the process of establishing this new government, to remember the ladies. And forever, Cokie, if I had to describe her catchphrase, it would be "remember the ladies." She has been instrumental in reminding all of us at all levels of our society about the role of women in our history in a way that no one else has.
Cokie has influenced me and a whole generation of American historians, not only by saying, make sure that you get the dimension of American politics and history that was women and women's contributions and women at the center of things, but at the same time, she has gone and she's done the really tough work of going into the archives and going into old newspapers and turning up all sorts of original primary sources that we never had before. And thanks to Cokie, we now do.
One of the things that comes out in the books sometimes is what not very good husbands these men were, who were the founders, the founding fathers. Well, they were the founding fathers of the country, but their wives were the founding fathers of everything they left undone at home.
Not only did John turn to Abigail for advice, she was the person who made it possible for him to do what he did. While he was off in Philadelphia thinking great thoughts, she kept his farm and law business going, all the while fending off British soldiers. John's advice when Abigail wrote describing the British preparations for war? If it got really dangerous, fly to the woods with our children. She must have wanted to throttle him. I'm reading their mail, and
right. And literally reading their mail, right?
So their letters are fabulous. They are
frank and funny,
feisty, and some of them are just fabulous. I mean, there's one in here where Verena Davis, who's the wife of Jefferson Davis, says about Stephen Douglas that he stinks, and she's glad a new water system's coming to town, so he might wash more often.
Right. She means he actually stinks.
Right.
Something that Cokie often says is history is gossip. What it really does is tell you that they are human beings who are operating, and that history isn't just a set of dry facts.
One of the wonderful things about reading those books is the detail. What the day was like, what the weather was like, what the crowd was like, what people were wearing.
If Martha Washington hadn't realized that she would be playing a very public role before that enthusiastic greeting, she certainly knew it after. But she didn't need lessons in political savvy. The wealthy Mrs. Washington arrived wearing a homespun gown, a forerunner of Pat Nixon's good Republican cloth coat.
You read Coky's books, it's almost like the moment in The Wizard of Oz where it goes from black and white to color. You sort of get it. It seems a little bit more true to life. And thanks to Coky, we now have a three-dimensional perspective on how this country really worked in its earlier days.
Modern women, and men too, but modern women are a bunch of sissies. I mean, compared to what these women went through, it's just remarkable. When somebody says to me, I can't do it all, I feel like saying, meet your great-grandmother, and talk to her about it. Because really, they did do it all, and they didn't complain about it. They complained a little bit, but
One of the most extraordinary things about life with Coky is her family and her friends, and how close she keeps everybody to her.
She's also been a tremendous friend of the National Archives, has been on the board for many years, and in fact, on my first day in the office, when I sat at my desk for the first time and opened my middle drawer, there was a note from Coky welcoming me to Washington.
Of course, the point about the archives is these papers and these films and these recordings and these posters and these treaties, they're ours. They belong to us. This houses America. And it really is a wonderful thing that we understand this, that we the people, are the people who own what's in here.
What is the thing that people will say about Coky Roberts 100 years from now? She was a smart cookie who did a lot of good for other people and who was kind to people.
When you put together all the pieces of her life as a child of Congress, as a journalist, as an analyst, as an anchor, as an historian, it's all connected by this idea of really reverence for our history and our institutions, and by the idea that she wants to do everything she can to make sure that those institutions live on in the strongest way possible for decades, centuries more. And I think that her love for our country and our institutions infuses everything she's done.
Please welcome Chair of the National Archives Foundation, Governor Jim Blanchard.
Good evening. We have a great show tonight for you, and we're glad you're all here, especially Mrs. Laura Bush. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. I'm speaking on behalf of our foundation, our National Archives Foundation, and our Executive Director, Patrick Madden, who you'll hear from, and also our Board of Directors. In fact, I would like our Board of Directors to please stand. All right. This is our 2018 Records of Achievement Award ceremony. We are a nonprofit partner with the National Archives, and we offer support, financial, creative support, energy to help the archives tell the American story and to really enhance the archives' mission of making billions of important federal documents, photographs, film, and artifacts accessible to the public. In short, we work to tell the American story. Our foundation works to inspire Americans to learn about our past and play an active role in our future. And we're committed to capturing the American story in its entirety through a number of exhibitions, events, public programs, and educational initiatives. I would also like to recognize some of our friends who are here, who've been, everyone here is a distinguished guest, and we thank you for being here. But I do want to acknowledge Congressman Mark Meadows and Debbie Meadows. They've been good friends of the archives. Please stand. And I cannot see with these lights as to whether District Judge for District of Columbia, Beryl Howell is here or not. If Judge Howell is here, she recently swore in new citizens. Please stand, Judge Howell. Thank you. Beryl. And also Senior U.S. District Judge Royce Lambeth of the District of Columbia. Thank you for being with us. Now, a special friend of one of our board members is Mayor Mary Marvin, the mayor of Bronxville, New York. Welcome. And one of my pals I want to introduce, because he's not only a friend of the archives and a lover of history, but now what luck, he happens to be General Counsel of the Office of Management and Budget, Mark Paoletta. And Tricia, please, thanks for coming, please. And two other former colleagues of mine in Congress, former Congressman Tom McMillan and Congressman Charlie Dent. Please rise, please. On their way is our ambassador to Canada, U.S. Ambassador Kelly Knight Kraft, and her husband Joe. And I have a feeling because they were flying in, the weather may have altered their plans. They are here now? Please stand. Where are they? All right. Thank you for coming. You've had a busy week, Ambassador. Got a new treaty. And I think a good one. We want to thank our leader, our world-renowned National Archivist, David Ferriero, for welcoming us to his home. Thank you, David. We also want to welcome and thank tonight's sponsors, AT&T, Edgeworth Economics, and David M. Rubenstein, who have always showed us strong support, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you. So tonight we present our highest honor to Laura Bush in recognition of her lifelong commitment to civic education and literacy. This is a subject very near and dear to the hearts of our board members and our National Archives and our archivists. In fact, along with the archives, we aboard the foundation are working on a plan to dramatically expand civic education and engagement, so stay tuned for more of that. But our awardee tonight, Laura Bush, has shared her love of literature with children and adults from all walks of life, from her work as a teacher and a librarian to her work as First Lady, and that at the George W. Bush Center. Laura Bush has demonstrated the power of a good story to captivate and inspire. Here at the National Archives, we too understand the power of a good story, which is why we work so hard each day to tell the story of our nation. And so we look forward to this program tonight. So now I would like to welcome, it's my pleasure, the leader of our archives, the man who has opened his doors this evening to all of us. Please join me in welcoming our world-renowned and friend, the Archivist of the United States, David Ferriero.
Thank you, Jim, and good evening all, and welcome to my house as we honor former First Lady Laura Bush. And those of you who have been at the last couple of award ceremonies have come to appreciate my demonstration of socks. So tonight we have a special Laura Bush version of the socks. Which are special librarian socks, available in our shop, by the way, and online. You can order them online. But I'm delighted to recognize a fellow librarian. And you may be surprised to learn how much we have in common. We studied for our master's in library science at the same time, relocated to Washington for executive branch positions on Pennsylvania Avenue, and both proudly champion our nation's history. But in all seriousness, First Lady Laura Bush's unwavering support of civic literacy, her passion for education, and her unyielding commitment to the empowerment of women make her both an obvious choice for this award and for the launch of our Women's Vote Centennial celebration. Laura Bush has been an educator, a librarian, the First Lady of Texas, the First Lady of the United States, and a global advocate through the George W. Bush Presidential Center. The common thread linking her life's work together is this intrinsic love of learning that she continues to share with the world. Laura Bush's educational work through the Bush Center in programs such as Middle School Matters, the School Leadership Initiative, Advancing Accountability in Education, and of course my favorite, your Foundation for America's Libraries, all demonstrate a commitment and passion for ensuring a literate society. This mission was what President Franklin Roosevelt had in mind when he created the National Archives, a mission which continues to be vital to our democracy. Laura Bush said, "We must prepare our children and grandchildren with the tools they need to be informed, engaged citizens who care about individual liberty and democracy. We must teach them history. We must insist they understand the government they are blessed to live under. We must teach our children to listen, to show empathy, to show civility in the face of disagreement, and to overcome malice and hate. And we must model the behavior ourselves." At the National Archives, we work to provide students of all ages with the tools they need to understand history and become active participants in our government. We recently launched the Civic Education webpage to make our education initiatives accessible to parents, teachers, and students. Docs Teach, our online tool for teaching with documents, features more than 10,000 primary source documents and interactive activities for teachers and students. We make history fun with sleepovers in the rotunda upstairs. Coming up this weekend, as a matter of fact, Saturday night, our latest, with a theme of Native Americans. And we host a variety of educational programs across the country throughout the year. We would not be here tonight if it wasn't for our partner, the National Archives Foundation, helping the National Archives reach an ever larger and more diverse audience. Together, we make civic literacy a reality. With the support of the Foundation and generous benefactors like you, we celebrated our 4th annual July reading of the 4th of July reading of the Declaration of Independence on the steps of this building. We hosted 2 widely popular National Archives sleepovers, and we'll launch our next exhibit, Rightfully Hers, this March on the 19th Amendment and women's right to vote in the Lawrence F. O'Brien Gallery. Tonight, we celebrate this shared vision between Laura Bush and the National Archives family. Through the work of the former First Lady, the National Archives, and the National Archives Foundation, we're striving for a nation in which all children have the same love of learning that drove Laura Bush to pursue her dreams and make the world a better place. Thank you for joining us this evening as we celebrate our public-private partnership with the Foundation and pay tribute to Laura Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present our 2018 Records of Achievement honoree, Laura Bush. Please. And we are joined by the Vice Chair of our National Archives Foundation, the best Vice Chair anyone could ever have, Cokie Roberts. All right. They're going to have a conversation, but I get to say a couple more things. All right. We give this award each year. It's special. We try to make the award something of special significance to the honoree. And we understand that Laura Ingalls Wilder is one of our honoree's favorite authors. In 2017, Laura Bush wrote, in the hot, and I quote, "In the hot, arid lands of West Texas, I tried to imagine being surrounded by tall pine trees and heavy snow. And of course, I identified with the main character, a brown-haired girl named Laura." The 2018 Records of Achievement Award features a handwritten insert by Laura Ingalls Wilder to a typescript draft of her 5th Little House novel, By the Shores of Silver Lake. This insert was added to an early draft attempting to explain how Mary, Laura's older sister, had become blind in the intervening time period since On the Banks of Plum Creek. These are books, by the way, I have not read, but obviously I don't know what to, but a lot of people have. This insert is part of the collection of the Rose Wilder Lane papers at the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum. And so, what you've been waiting for now, our journalist, best-selling author, historian in her own right, and our vice chair, Cokie Roberts, will now have a conversation with Laura Bush about her contributions to our society. We thank you again for being with us.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you very much. I did love the Laura Ingalls Wilder books, and so this is a really wonderful gift. Thank you very, very much. I'm thrilled with it. Thanks a lot.
2 more introductions before we start. Many of your former staff members are here. That's right. So would you all please stand? We won't see you, but
we have Anita, who was in the video.
Look at all of them.
Oh, here they are.
There they all are.
Thank you all. Great.
And of course, you know how important they are to the work you've done. And the man you convinced to start the National Book Festival, Jim Billington, the longtime Librarian of Congress.
He was my partner in the National Book Festival. Thank you so much, Dr. Billington.
And Marjorie Billington.
He knew I'd started the Texas Book Festival, and he called me right after we moved to the White House and said, let's have a National Book Festival. So thank you, Dr. Billington, very much. Appreciate it.
So we all want to know.
How was the wedding?
How was the wedding? And also, I have to tell you, as a reporter, keeping it secret, not good. How did you manage that?
Well, I think Barbara just kept it a secret. Plus, so few people were invited. It was just our family and Craig's family. And it didn't include Jeb or Neil or any of those other uncles. So it was just a